Several weeks had passed since Elias returned from the observatory above the clouds. Life inside the hidden library had settled into its familiar rhythm. Lanterns drifted peacefully between endless shelves. Readers came and went. Pages turned. Tea cooled. Rain tapped gently against stained glass windows. And yet, on certain evenings, Elias found himself thinking about Orion's final lesson. You never truly return from a place that has changed your heart. Perhaps that was why he noticed the map. It appeared on a rainy evening when most visitors had already gone home. The map was not hidden. It rested openly upon a reading table near one of the library windows. A simple folded sheet of cream-colored paper. No title, no signature, no explanation, only a hand-drawn path winding through a forest. At the bottom of the page, written in neat ink, were a few words. When autumn rain falls upon spring flowers, follow the bell. Elias read the sentence twice, then a third time. Outside, rain slid softly down the stained glass. A distant bell rang somewhere beyond the library walls. One clear note, gentle, patient, almost familiar. Elias looked down at the map again. The ink path seemed to disappear into a small grove of trees, marked by 4 tiny symbols: a blossom, a sun, a leaf, a snowflake, and in the center, a teacup. The bell rang again, softly, waiting. Somewhere beyond the forest, beyond familiar paths, and beyond the places marked on ordinary maps, a tea house was preparing for another evening of quiet visitors. And for the first time in many days, Elias felt the gentle beginning of a new journey. The bell rang again, just as Elias stepped beyond the library doors. One clear note, then silence. Rain drifted softly through the evening forest, not enough to soak the path, only enough to leave silver droplets resting upon leaves and moss. Elias unfolded the map beneath the shelter of the library entrance and studied it once more. The winding path on the paper did not match any route he remembered. That alone was unusual. Over the years, he had walked many of the forest trails surrounding the hidden library. Some led to villages. Some disappeared into hills. Others seemed content to wander without destination. Yet this path felt different, almost as if it existed only when needed. He folded the map carefully and slipped it into his satchel. Then he began walking. The forest welcomed the rain. Branches glistened softly beneath lantern light. Fern leaves collected tiny pearls of water. Small streams crossed the pathway where none had existed earlier in the day. Every sound seemed gentler than usual. The rain softened footsteps. The mist softened distance. Even the forest itself appeared less concerned with where one was going. After several minutes, Elias noticed something strange. Among the fallen autumn leaves scattered across the ground, small white blossoms were growing. He slowed. The flowers looked fresh, delicate, spring flowers, yet the trees above wore golden autumn leaves. Elias knelt beside one of the blossoms. Tiny droplets rested upon its petals, perfectly formed, as though spring and autumn had quietly agreed to share the same patch of earth. The bell rang again, closer this time. He stood and continued onward. As the path curved deeper into the forest, more unusual details appeared. Clusters of spring flowers emerged beside red and golden leaves. Young green shoots grew beside ancient tree roots. A cool breeze carried the scent of rain and blooming gardens at the same time. Nothing felt unnatural, only unexpected. The further he walked, the more the seasons seemed to overlap gently rather than replace one another. Soon the path reached a small wooden bridge crossing a narrow stream. Elias paused at the center. Rain touched the water below. Soft circles expanded across the surface. Then he noticed something that made him smile. On one side of the stream floated bright spring blossoms. On the other drifted autumn leaves, meeting quietly in the middle, neither pushing the other away, simply sharing the current. For a long moment, he watched them travel together beneath the bridge. The image lingered with him, perhaps more than the bell, perhaps even more than the map. Then, somewhere ahead beyond the mist, a warm golden light appeared between the trees. Small, distant, steady, and for the first time, Elias suspected he was no longer following a path. The path was beginning to welcome him. The golden light remained visible as Elias continued along the path. Sometimes it appeared clearly between the trees. Sometimes it vanished behind drifting curtains of mist. Yet it never disappeared completely. Like the bell, it seemed content to guide without demanding attention. The forest gradually changed around him. Not suddenly, not dramatically. The transformation happened so gently that Elias only noticed it after several minutes had passed. The autumn trees became less certain of themselves. Golden leaves still hung from their branches, but here and there, small clusters of pale green leaves had appeared among them. Fresh growth beside graceful age. Spring and autumn sharing the same canopy. Ahead, a breeze moved softly through the woods. A handful of blossoms drifted across the path. Moments later, several amber leaves followed them. Together, they circled through the air before settling quietly among the roots of an ancient cedar. Elias smiled. The forest seemed to have abandoned ordinary rules, yet nothing felt chaotic. Everything belonged. Everything seemed to understand its place. The path narrowed. Fern-covered stones emerged along the edges. Tiny lanterns appeared among the undergrowth. At first, Elias thought someone had placed them there. Then he realized they were growing. Small glass-like flowers emitted a gentle golden glow from within their petals. Their light reflected beautifully upon the rain-covered ground. He knelt beside one. The flower resembled a lantern more than a blossom. Warm, delicate, comforting. When he touched one of its leaves, the glow brightened briefly before returning to normal, as though acknowledging his presence. The rain began to ease. Droplets still fell occasionally from branches overhead, but the steady shower had softened into silence. Without the rain, new sounds became noticeable. Water flowing nearby, wind moving through distant leaves, and something else, laughter, very faint, very far away, not loud enough to identify, only enough to suggest that someone, somewhere ahead, was enjoying the evening. The sound vanished quickly, yet it left behind a feeling of warmth, the sort of warmth one feels when passing a lit window on a cold evening, a reminder that somewhere people are gathered together, safe, comfortable, at peace. The path curved once more. As Elias followed it, the trees slowly opened. The forest ceiling widened. More sky became visible above. And there, through a gap between the branches, he saw something remarkable. Snow, far ahead, beyond the mist. A gentle snowfall, drifting beneath silver blue light. Elias stopped. He looked around. Nearby, blossoms still bloomed. Golden autumn leaves still covered the ground. The air remained cool, but pleasant. Yet beyond the trees, winter waited quietly, not replacing the other seasons, simply existing beside them. A short distance later, he reached a weathered wooden signpost. Its surface had been polished smooth by time. 4 arrows extended from its center. One pointed toward a garden filled with blossoms, another toward golden trees, a third toward distant summer lanterns glowing amber beneath twilight. The final arrow pointed toward softly falling snow. At the center of the sign was a simple symbol, a steaming teacup. Nothing more. No explanation, no name, no directions, only the quiet certainty that all 4 paths somehow led to the same destination. Elias stood there for a moment, listening, watching, wondering. Then the bell rang once again, closer than ever before, and just beyond the trees, hidden behind drifting mist, he finally glimpsed the outline of a rooftop. Warm light glowed from its windows. The tea house was near. For a long moment, Elias remained where he stood. The rooftop was visible only in fragments, a curved line of dark wood, a warm lantern hanging beneath an eave, a section of chimney stone rising above the mist. Nothing more, and yet the sight carried a strange sense of familiarity, not because he had seen the place before, because it felt as though the tea house had been expecting him. The bell did not ring again. Its purpose seemed complete. Now the path itself guided him forward. The forest gradually became brighter, not brighter with sunlight, brighter with warmth. Lanterns appeared more frequently among the trees. Some hung from branches. Others rested beside stones. A few floated gently above the ground, like patient fireflies. Their glow reflected upon wet leaves and rain-darkened wood. Everywhere Elias looked, small signs of care became visible. Someone maintained this place. Someone welcomed travelers here. The path widened. Smooth wooden boards replaced packed earth beneath his feet. The boards curved gracefully between flower beds and clusters of ferns. Spring blossoms grew beside autumn chrysanthemums. Wild roses bloomed beside silver winter moss. Nothing competed. Nothing struggled for space. The garden felt carefully balanced, like a conversation between seasons. A short distance ahead stood a small stone fountain. Water flowed quietly from its center. Elias approached. At first glance, it appeared ordinary. Then he noticed the surface. The left side reflected spring blossoms. The right reflected golden autumn leaves. Yet neither existed directly above the fountain. The water seemed to remember different seasons simultaneously. He watched for several moments. The reflections changed slowly. Summer skies appeared. Winter snowfall followed. Then the surface returned to calm water once more. No explanation accompanied the display, only quiet wonder. Elias continued walking. The scent of tea reached him before the tea house itself became fully visible. Warm, comforting, familiar. A mixture of herbs, flowers, cedarwood, and something gently sweet. The sort of aroma that seemed capable of making a traveler feel at home even before arriving. The mist ahead slowly parted, and there it was, the tea house between seasons. It rested upon a gentle rise, surrounded by gardens. Not grand, not enormous. Its beauty came from harmony rather than scale. Dark cedar beams supported wide rooflines. Warm lanterns glowed beneath curved eaves. Large windows welcomed the evening light. Flowering vines climbed portions of the walls. A narrow stream circled the property before disappearing beneath small stone bridges. And beyond the tea house, Elias saw something extraordinary. To one side stretched a spring garden filled with blossoms. To another lay a golden autumn grove. Farther beyond shimmered the warm colors of summer. And in the distance, visible through crystal clear air, gentle snow continued to fall upon a winter courtyard. 4 seasons, one place, existing together as naturally as neighboring rooms. Elias stood quietly at the edge of the garden. The sight held him completely, not because it was impossible, because it felt peaceful, as though the world had finally discovered a way to stop arguing with time. A lantern near the entrance swayed softly. The front door opened. Warm light spilled outward across the path, and from within came the gentle sound of quiet conversation and softly clinking porcelain. Someone had seen him arrive. Someone was waiting. For the first time since leaving the hidden library, Elias felt the unmistakable sensation that his journey had reached its true beginning. Elias crossed the final stone bridge slowly. The stream beneath, it moved with the same quiet confidence he had noticed throughout the evening. Not hurried, not still, simply continuing. Lantern light danced across the water. Reflections of blossoms, leaves, and distant snow drifted gently across the surface before disappearing beneath the bridge. The front door of the tea house remained open. Warm golden light spilled outward into the cool evening air. As Elias approached, he noticed a small wooden plaque hanging beside the entrance. Only a single sentence had been carved into the polished cedar. Every season is welcome here. Nothing more, no rules, no instructions, no explanations, just a simple invitation. He stepped inside. Warmth greeted him immediately. Not overwhelming warmth, the comfortable kind that arrives after a long walk through rain. The main room of the tea house felt both intimate and spacious. Cedar beams crossed the ceiling overhead. Shelves displayed carefully crafted teapots, gathered from many places and many years. Fresh flowers rested upon wooden tables. Lanterns glowed softly behind paper screens. The air carried the gentle fragrance of tea leaves, cedar wood, citrus blossoms, and distant rain. Several visitors occupied different corners of the room. Some sat quietly reading. Others spoke in low voices. A few simply watched the gardens beyond the windows. Nobody appeared hurried. Nobody seemed concerned about time. The atmosphere reminded Elias of certain quiet corners of the hidden library, places where people came not because they needed something, but because they wished to remain a while. Near the center of the room stood a woman arranging teacups upon a polished wooden tray. Her hair carried traces of silver. Her expression carried traces of every season. There was spring warmth in her smile, summer ease in her posture, autumn wisdom in her eyes, winter calm in her presence. When she noticed Elias, her smile widened slightly. Not surprised, not curious, welcoming. As expected, she said gently. Her voice sounded like someone speaking near a fireplace on a rainy evening. You heard the bell. Elias smiled. I suppose I did. The woman nodded. The bell only rings when someone is ready to hear it. She gestured toward an empty table beside a large window. Beyond the glass, Elias could see all 4 seasonal gardens stretching outward beneath the evening sky. A spring blossom drifted past the window. Moments later, a golden autumn leaf followed it. The woman set a teacup before him. Steam rose softly into the lantern light. What kind of tea is it? Elias asked. The woman considered the question. Then her smile returned. The tea you need tonight. The answer might have sounded mysterious elsewhere. Here it felt perfectly natural. Elias wrapped both hands around the warm cup. The porcelain radiated gentle heat. Outside, evening settled peacefully across the gardens. Inside, lanterns glowed brighter. Conversations softened. Rain became a distant memory. For the first time since entering the forest, Elias stopped looking ahead toward what might come next. Instead, he allowed himself to simply be present. And somewhere deep within the tea house, another bell rang softly. Not a call, not an invitation, a welcome. Morning arrived differently at the tea house between seasons. Elias noticed it before he even opened his eyes. Birdsong. Not one kind, several. Some sounded like the bright songs of spring mornings. Others carried the slower rhythm of late summer. Some seemed familiar from autumn forests. A few he could not identify at all. For several moments, he remained where he was, listening. The sounds drifted through an open window nearby. Gentle, unhurried, layered together like instruments in a peaceful piece of music. Eventually, he sat up. The guest room assigned to him overlooked part of the gardens. Warm morning light filled the room. A cedar writing desk stood beside the window. Fresh flowers rested in a simple ceramic vase. A folded blanket occupied a nearby chair. Everything carried the quiet feeling of thoughtful care, the sort of care that expected nothing in return. Elias crossed to the window and immediately stopped. The view had changed, not because the gardens were different, because he could see them more clearly. From this height, the tea house sat almost exactly at the meeting point of 4 distinct landscapes. To the east stretched spring. cherry blossoms drifted lazily through the morning air. Fresh green grass covered gentle hills. Small streams reflected pale blue skies. To the south rested summer. Wildflowers filled open meadows. Tall trees provided cool patches of shade. Golden sunlight lingered warmly across the landscape. To the west stood autumn. Amber forests glowed beneath soft morning light. Golden leaves moved gently through the breeze. The entire region seemed wrapped in peaceful nostalgia. And beyond the northern courtyard, winter waited quietly. Snow drifted across white stone paths. Crystal frost decorated bare branches. Everything appeared calm, still, patient. Elias stood at the window for a long time, not comparing the seasons, simply observing them. The remarkable thing was not their differences. It was their balance. None attempted to dominate the others. Spring did not rush winter away. Autumn did not replace summer. Each season occupied its own place. Each contributed something valuable. Each belonged. A soft knock sounded at the door. Breakfast is ready whenever you are. It was the woman he had met the previous evening. Her voice carried the same calm warmth. Elias thanked her and prepared for the day. A short time later, he entered the main dining room. Several visitors had already gathered. Sunlight streamed through wide windows. Tea steamed gently from porcelain cups. Fresh bread rested upon wooden boards. Fruit from different seasons appeared together upon serving plates. Spring berries, summer peaches, autumn apples, even delicate winter citrus. No one seemed surprised by the arrangement, as though such things happened every day. Perhaps here they did. The woman moved easily between tables, refilling teacups, sharing quiet conversations, remembering names. The room seemed to brighten wherever she went. Eventually, she approached Elias. "Did you sleep well?" "Very well," he replied. She nodded. "The tea usually helps." Elias smiled. "I still don't know your name." The woman looked toward the gardens for a moment, as if considering an old memory. Then she returned her attention to him. "My name is Celeste." The name suited her, gentle, timeless, like someone who had known many seasons and hurried through none of them. Celeste placed a small teapot upon the table. "This morning," she said, "I would like to show you the veranda." Elias glanced toward the gardens, the one overlooking all 4 seasons. Her smile widened slightly. There are many verandas. She poured tea, but only one that sees the whole year at once. And for the first time that morning, curiosity stirred again. Not urgent curiosity, not restless curiosity, the comfortable kind, the kind that made a person happy to continue walking a little farther down a beautiful path. After breakfast, Celeste led Elias through a quiet corridor that curved gently around the heart of the tea house. The hallway itself seemed ordinary at first. Polished cedar floors, paper lanterns, framed paintings hanging upon cream-colored walls. Yet as they walked, Elias began noticing details hidden within the artwork. One painting showed a garden in bloom. Another depicted the same garden during summer. Farther along appeared autumn, then winter. The paintings continued in that pattern. Always the same places, always changing, always beautiful. It felt less like decoration and more like a reminder. Nothing remained exactly as it was, and perhaps that was part of its beauty. At the end of the corridor stood a pair of wooden doors. Celeste opened them. Sunlight poured inward. For a moment, Elias simply stared. The veranda extended far beyond the tea house, curving gracefully around a gentle hillside. Comfortable chairs sat beneath flowering trellises. Small tea tables occupied quiet corners. Wind chimes hung from cedar beams overhead. Yet none of these captured his attention for long. The view did. From this veranda, all 4 seasons appeared at once, not as separate sections, not as distant regions, but as a single living landscape. Spring unfolded to one side. Summer stretched beyond it. Autumn followed naturally. Then winter. The transitions between them were astonishingly gentle. Blossoms gradually became summer greenery. Summer meadows slowly transformed into autumn forests. Autumn colors softened into winter stillness. Everything connected. Everything flowed. There were no boundaries, no dividing lines, only gradual change. Elias moved toward the railing. A breeze carried several scents at once. Cherry blossoms, fresh grass, warm cedar, crisp winter air. The combination should have felt impossible. Instead, it felt strangely familiar, like remembering different chapters of the same story. Several visitors sat quietly upon the veranda. One elderly man watched the autumn forest through a pair of small brass spectacles. A young woman sketched spring blossoms into a notebook. Another guest sat peacefully facing winter, warming his hands around a cup of tea. No one appeared rushed. No one appeared distracted. Each person seemed content simply to observe. Celeste joined Elias near the railing. For several minutes, neither spoke. The landscape needed no explanation. Finally, Elias asked a question. "How is this possible?" Celeste smiled. "Most visitors ask that." And she rested her hands lightly upon the railing. Eventually, they stop. Elias laughed softly. I suppose that's not really an answer. No. She glanced across the 4 landscapes. But answers are rarely the reason people come here. A gentle silence followed. Below the veranda, a small group of butterflies drifted from spring into summer. Farther away, several golden leaves crossed into winter before settling quietly upon snow. Nothing resisted change. Nothing feared it. The entire landscape seemed to move through time with complete trust. Celeste watched the same scene. When travelers first arrive, she said, they usually choose a favorite season. Do they? Almost always. Which season do most people choose? Celeste considered the question. Then she smiled. It changes. Elias nodded. That somehow felt like the perfect answer. The breeze shifted again. A wind chime sang softly overhead. Below, sunlight moved slowly across the hills. And standing upon the veranda, looking out across an entire year unfolding at once, Elias began to understand something. The tea house was not trying to preserve seasons. It was teaching people how to see them, not separately, together, as parts of something larger. A story could not exist with only beginnings, nor only endings. A year could not exist with only spring or only summer. Every season carried a purpose. Every season belonged. And perhaps the same was true for people. The thought settled gently within him. Not as a lesson, not yet. Only as a possibility. One worth exploring. As the morning continued, several guests gradually left the veranda. Some wandered toward the spring gardens. Others followed winding paths leading into autumn groves or summer meadows. The tea house itself seemed to breathe gently with their movements. Nothing felt scheduled. Nothing felt managed. People simply moved where they needed to be. Elias remained near the railing for a while longer. The view never seemed quite the same twice. Sunlight shifted. Clouds drifted. A breeze carried blossoms in one moment and autumn leaves in the next. Even stillness appeared to change. Eventually Celeste spoke again. There is something I would like to show you. Elias turned from the landscape. What is it? A book. The answer made him smile. After all, books had a habit of changing his life. Celeste led him back through the tea house, past reading rooms, past quiet alcoves where guests enjoyed tea, past windows overlooking gardens touched by different seasons. Finally, they arrived at a circular room near the center of the building. Unlike the hidden library, this room contained very few books. Only one. It rested upon a cedar pedestal beneath a skylight. Sunlight illuminated its cover. The book appeared old, not fragile, well loved. Its leather binding had been touched by many hands. The corners were softened by time. The pages looked thick and carefully preserved. Above the pedestal hung a small wooden sign, "The Book of Returning Seasons." Elias approached slowly. The title carried a quiet beauty. "What is it?" he asked. Celeste stepped beside him. "A record, a history, in a way." She rested her hand gently upon the cover. "Every visitor who wishes may leave something behind before they depart." Elias looked at the book again. "A memory, sometimes a lesson, sometimes a story." Very often, the room fell quiet. Light drifted softly across the pages. Somewhere beyond the walls, a wind chime sang briefly. Then silence returned. "May I look inside?" Celeste nodded. "Of course." Elias opened the cover carefully. The first page contained a simple message written many years earlier. Not a name, not a date, only a sentence. "I arrived searching for spring and discovered I needed winter." Elias read it twice, then turned the page. Another entry. "I came here wishing time would slow down. Instead, I learned how to walk beside it." Another page. "I thought autumn meant losing things. Now I think autumn teaches us how to carry them differently." Another. "Summer taught me gratitude. Winter taught me patience. Spring taught me courage. Autumn taught me peace." The entries continued. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, each unique, each deeply personal, yet all connected by a common thread. None spoke about escaping life. They spoke about living it, about understanding it, about welcoming the seasons that arrived instead of longing endlessly for those that had already passed. Elias turned pages slowly, never rushing. Some entries contained only a few words. Others filled entire pages. Several included small sketches, pressed flowers, fragments of poetry, tiny memories preserved between paper and ink. One page held a carefully pressed autumn leaf. Another contained a spring blossom. Several pages later, he found something unexpected. A child's drawing, simple, uneven, colored with faded pencils. It showed a small tea house beneath 4 different skies. At the bottom, written in large, uncertain handwriting, were a few words. "My grandmother says every season is a kind of home." Elias smiled, perhaps more than any entry before it, because it carried such uncomplicated wisdom. He gently closed the book. For several moments, neither he nor Celeste spoke. The room seemed to understand silence. Finally, Elias looked toward her. "Do people ever come back?" Celeste's eyes brightened slightly. "Many do." "And what happens then?" she smiled, they discover they are no longer the person who wrote their first entry. The answer lingered, not because it was surprising, because it was true. Outside the skylight, clouds drifted slowly across the morning sky, and somewhere deep within the tea house, another page of the book waited patiently for the future. A page that did not yet know whose story it would hold. The book of returning seasons remained in Elias's thoughts long after he and Celeste left the circular room. There was something comforting about it, not merely the stories themselves, but the idea that so many people had arrived carrying questions and departed carrying understanding. No two journeys appeared identical, yet all had somehow found a place within the same book. As they walked through the tea house, sunlight continued moving slowly across the floors. The morning had deepened. Warm golden light filled hallways and gathering rooms. Guests moved peacefully between gardens, verandas, and quiet reading corners. Everywhere Elias looked, people seemed slightly lighter than when he had first seen them, not because they were carefree, because they were present. A subtle difference, but an important one. Eventually, they arrived at a smaller courtyard near the center of the property. A circular stone table occupied the middle of the space. 4 pathways extended outward from it. Each path disappeared toward one of the seasonal regions: spring, summer, autumn, winter. At the center of the table rested a ceramic bowl filled with smooth river stones. Each stone carried a small painted symbol: a blossom, a sun, a leaf, a snowflake. Several guests stood nearby. One by one, they approached the bowl. They selected a stone, then quietly followed one of the seasonal paths. No ceremony accompanied the act. No announcement, no explanation. Yet the ritual seemed meaningful. Elias watched with curiosity. What are they doing? Celeste sat upon a nearby bench. They are choosing where to spend the afternoon. Elias looked toward the bowl. Only one season. For today, he studied the departing visitors. The elderly man from the veranda selected the autumn stone. The young artist chose spring. Another traveler smiled warmly before taking the summer symbol. A woman carrying a journal selected winter. No choice appeared right or wrong, only personal. Celeste gestured toward the bowl. Would you like to choose? Elias approached the table. The stones were beautifully crafted. Years of handling had polished their surfaces smooth. He touched the blossom first, then the leaf, then the sun, finally the snowflake. Each symbol seemed to carry its own quiet invitation. What happens if I choose incorrectly? He asked. Celeste laughed softly. The sound blended perfectly with the courtyard fountain. No one has ever managed that. Elias considered the answer. Then he looked toward the 4 pathways. Spring felt hopeful. Summer felt welcoming. Autumn felt thoughtful. Winter felt peaceful. Choosing one seemed impossible. Perhaps that was the point. For much of life, people wanted every season at once. Beginnings and fulfillment, growth and rest, adventure and certainty. Yet time rarely worked that way. Eventually, a choice had to be made. Not forever, simply for now. Elias closed his eyes briefly. He listened. Birdsong drifted from spring. Laughter carried from summer. A breeze moved through autumn leaves. Snow whispered softly within the distance of winter. When he opened his eyes again, his hand moved naturally, not toward spring, not toward summer, not toward winter, toward autumn. The painted leaf rested comfortably within his palm. For a moment he studied it. Golden, simple, beautiful. Celeste nodded, as though she had expected nothing else. Autumn, she said. Elias smiled. Apparently, the path beyond the courtyard curved gently through amber trees, glowing beneath afternoon light. Golden leaves drifted lazily across the stone walkway. Lanterns swayed softly beneath branches. The entire grove seemed wrapped in quiet warmth. Not sadness, not endings. Something gentler, something deeper. A sense of appreciation, as though the season understood the value of things precisely because they would not last forever. Elias slipped the stone into his pocket, then turned toward the autumn path. For the first time since arriving at the tea house between seasons, he was no longer simply observing the experience. He was becoming part of it. And somewhere beyond the amber trees, the autumn grove waited patiently to welcome him. The autumn path welcomed Elias with quiet confidence, not the confidence of something trying to impress, the confidence of something that understood exactly what it was. Golden leaves covered the stone walkway ahead. Some rested where they had fallen. Others drifted lazily through the afternoon air. The entire grove seemed illuminated from within. Warm amber light filtered through the branches overhead. Not bright, not dramatic, comforting, the sort of light that made a person slow their steps without realizing it. Elias followed the path deeper into the grove. The sounds of the tea house gradually softened behind him. Conversations faded. Wind chimes disappeared. Even the distant gardens seemed farther away. Soon only autumn remained. Leaves rustled gently above. A cool breeze moved through the trees. Somewhere nearby, water flowed quietly over stone. The path curved around a hill. Beyond it stood a small pavilion overlooking a pond. The structure was simple: cedar wood, stone foundation, wide roof, open sides, nothing elaborate, yet it felt perfectly placed, as though it had always belonged there. Elias approached. Several guests occupied the pavilion. No one appeared to be speaking. An elderly woman sat beside the pond, watching leaves drift across the water. A young traveler rested on a bench with a journal in his lap. Another guest simply enjoyed a cup of tea while observing the reflections. The silence did not feel awkward. It felt shared, like a comfortable blanket spread across the afternoon. Elias found an empty seat near the edge of the pavilion. The pond below reflected the surrounding trees perfectly. Golden leaves floated across its surface, each one creating gentle ripples before continuing onward. For several minutes, he watched them. Then he noticed something unusual. The leaves never gathered at the edges. They never became trapped among stones. The water carried every leaf onward, slowly, patiently, without exception. The observation reminded him of the stream he had crossed the previous evening. Spring blossoms and autumn leaves traveling together, always moving, never holding still forever. You noticed. The voice came softly from nearby. Elias turned. The elderly woman beside the pond smiled warmly. Her silver hair reflected the afternoon light. Fine lines surrounded kind eyes that seemed to have spent many years observing the world carefully. "The leaves," she said. "Most people notice eventually." Elias looked back toward the pond. "They never stop moving." The woman nodded. "No." For a moment, both watched the water. Then she added quietly, "That used to make me sad." A leaf drifted past. The pond carried it onward, and for reasons he could not yet explain, Elias felt that an important story was about to begin. For a while, neither Elias nor the woman spoke. The pond seemed perfectly capable of carrying the conversation on its own. Leaves drifted across the water. Ripples expanded. Reflections shifted gently beneath the afternoon sky. The woman eventually smiled. "I used to count them." Elias glanced toward her. "The leaves." She nodded. "Every autumn." A faint laugh escaped her. "When I was younger, I thought if I paid enough attention, I could somehow hold on to the season a little longer." Another leaf landed upon the pond. The water welcomed it immediately. No hesitation, no resistance. It simply became part of the journey. The woman watched it drift away. "Autumn was always my favorite. I think I understand why," Elias said. She smiled. "Most people do." The breeze moved softly through the grove. Golden leaves shimmered overhead. The entire landscape seemed wrapped in gentle warmth. Not the warmth of summer, something quieter, a warmth made of memory. Many years ago, the woman continued, I would visit a valley near my home every autumn. Her eyes remained upon the pond, not distant, not lost, simply remembering. There was a hill overlooking a river. Elias listened. The trees turned gold every year. Exactly the same, exactly different. He smiled at the contradiction. She noticed, and somehow both were true. A few leaves drifted from the branches above. The pond accepted them without comment. I returned every year. The woman folded her hands comfortably in her lap. At first, because the place was beautiful. She paused. Later, because it reminded me of who I had been. The words settled gently between them. Elias understood. Many places carried memories, not only of events, of versions of ourselves, people we had once been, dreams we had once carried, journeys we had once begun. The woman continued, I believed the valley would always remain exactly as I remembered. A soft smile touched her face. The world had other plans. The statement contained no bitterness, only acceptance. The river changed course slightly. The trees grew older. The village nearby became larger. Some of the people I knew moved away. She watched another leaf cross the pond, and eventually I stopped visiting. Elias remained quiet. The story did not feel sad. It felt honest, like watching evening arrive after afternoon, a natural part of the day. What happened then? He asked gently. The woman smiled. For many years, I missed the valley I remembered. The breeze stirred again. Lanterns hanging beneath the pavilion roof swayed softly. Then one autumn I returned. Her eyes brightened. A different valley. Elias looked at her. A better one. She considered the question, then shook her head. Not better, not worse, simply alive. The answer seemed important. The woman leaned back comfortably. The trees were older. The river was different. The village had changed. So had I. She laughed softly, and for the first time, I stopped comparing it to my memory. The pond reflected amber branches overhead. The leaves continued their patient journey. I finally saw what was in front of me. Silence followed, a peaceful silence, the kind that allows a thought to settle properly. At last, the woman looked toward Elias. Most people think autumn teaches us how to let things go. She smiled warmly. I think autumn teaches us how to keep loving them after they've changed. The words drifted into the afternoon like another falling leaf, simple, gentle, beautiful. And as Elias watched the pond carry another golden leaf toward the far shore, he felt something within him grow slightly quieter, not because he had found an answer, because he had discovered a better question. The elderly woman's words remained with Elias long after their conversation ended, not because they were complicated, because they were simple. Autumn teaches us how to keep loving things after they've changed. The sentence seemed to settle naturally into the grove around him. Every tree appeared to understand it. Every drifting leaf seemed to carry a small part of it. Eventually, the woman rose from her seat. With gentle care, she adjusted the shawl resting upon her shoulders. "It was lovely meeting you," she said. "And you," Elias replied. She smiled warmly. Then, without hurry, she followed a small path leading deeper into the grove. Elias watched until the trees gradually hid her from view. Only then did he return his attention to the pond. The leaves still drifted across the water. Nothing had changed, and yet something had. The afternoon continued peacefully. After some time, Elias left the pavilion and followed the winding path onward. The autumn grove unfolded slowly around him. Unlike spring, which often felt eager, unlike summer, which felt abundant, autumn seemed content to reveal itself gradually. The path passed beneath archways formed by ancient trees, their branches intertwined high overhead. Golden light filtered through thousands of leaves. The entire world appeared painted in amber, copper, and gold. A gentle breeze accompanied him, not cold, simply cool enough to feel refreshing. Soon he noticed small wooden markers positioned beside the path. Each marker contained a short sentence carved into cedar. Not instructions, not warnings, observations. The first read: "The beauty of a leaf is not reduced because it falls." Farther ahead, another said, "Change is not the opposite of belonging." And another, "Some things become precious because they do not remain." Elias slowed his pace. Each sentence seemed perfectly suited to the grove, not demanding reflection, simply offering it. The path eventually emerged into a wide clearing. At its center stood an enormous tree, larger than any Elias had seen within the autumn region. Its trunk was broad enough that several people holding hands could not have encircled it. Its branches spread gracefully across the clearing. Golden leaves shimmered like tiny lanterns beneath the afternoon sun. Benches surrounded the tree. Several visitors sat quietly beneath its canopy. Some read, some wrote, others simply watched the leaves drift down around them. The atmosphere felt almost sacred, not because of ceremony, because of appreciation. Elias approached slowly. Near the base of the tree stood a small wooden plaque. Its inscription was simple: "The Gratitude Tree, nothing more." As he read the words, a leaf detached from one of the highest branches. It floated lazily through the sunlight, turning gently, dancing with the breeze, before finally coming to rest upon the ground beside him. For reasons he could not fully explain, Elias smiled, and standing beneath the great golden canopy, he felt the quiet sense that the autumn grove still had much to teach him, much more than falling leaves, much more than endings, something deeper, something hidden within the season itself, something waiting patiently beneath the branches of the gratitude tree. The great tree seemed to gather silence the way other trees gathered sunlight. Not empty silence, living silence, the kind that allowed thoughts to settle naturally. Elias walked slowly beneath its vast canopy. Golden leaves drifted continuously from the branches above, yet the tree never appeared diminished. Every falling leaf seemed part of its beauty, rather than a loss from it. Several visitors occupied the benches surrounding the trunk. Most sat quietly. A few held notebooks. One elderly man slowly sketched the branches overhead. No one appeared to be waiting for anything. The tree itself seemed to be enough. Near the roots stood a small wooden table. Upon it rested a collection of smooth wooden tokens and a simple cedar box. Curious, Elias approached. A small sign beside the box explained their purpose. Before leaving the autumn grove, visitors were invited to write one thing for which they felt grateful. No names, no explanations, only gratitude. The tokens were then placed inside the box. A quiet offering, nothing more. Elias lifted the lid slightly. Hundreds of tokens rested within, perhaps thousands. Years of gratitude collected beneath the tree. The thought made him smile. He selected a blank token and sat upon a nearby bench. For several minutes, he simply watched the leaves. The exercise seemed simple, yet he found himself considering the question carefully. Not because there were too few answers, because there were many. The hidden library, old friendships, new journeys, the observatory above the clouds, the map that had found him, the tea house, the woman beside the pond, the afternoon itself. Eventually, he wrote only a few words. For paths I did not know I needed. He looked at the token once more, then placed it gently into the cedar box. The sound it made was surprisingly soft, almost lost among the rustling leaves. Yet somehow it felt important, as though a thought had found its proper place. The afternoon sunlight shifted, golden light moved slowly across the clearing. Visitors came and went. Leaves continued their patient descent. Time seemed different beneath the gratitude tree. Not slower, simply easier to notice. At last, Elias rose from the bench. Before leaving, he looked back once more. The great tree stood exactly as before, steady, generous, beautiful, a tree that spent its days letting go of thousands of leaves, and somehow becoming more beautiful because of it. As he followed the path away from the clearing, the lesson remained with him. Autumn was not a season of endings. Not really. It was a season of appreciation, a season that taught people to notice what they had while it was still here. And perhaps that was why the grove felt so peaceful. It was not holding on. It was not resisting change. It was simply grateful for the season it had been given. The path curved gently ahead. Far beyond the trees, warm lanterns were beginning to glow. Evening was approaching, and the autumn grove was preparing to share another of its quiet traditions. The lanterns of the autumn grove glowed softly as evening approached. For a time, Elias remained among the golden trees, not because he wished to stay, because the grove seemed content to let visitors leave when they were ready. Eventually, he followed the path back toward the central courtyard. The journey felt shorter than before. Perhaps familiar paths always did. When he reached the circular stone table, he paused. The 4 seasonal pathways stretched outward exactly as they had earlier. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, each waiting patiently, each offering something different. The painted autumn stone still rested in his pocket, a reminder of the afternoon, a small token of the grove's lessons. Elias looked toward the spring path. Cherry blossoms drifted through the air beyond the entrance. Soft pink petals floated upon the breeze. The atmosphere felt entirely different from autumn. Lighter, brighter, filled with possibility. Without overthinking the decision, he began walking. The change became noticeable almost immediately. The golden tones of autumn gradually faded behind him. Fresh green leaves appeared overhead. The air grew slightly warmer. Birdsong echoed through nearby branches. A narrow stream crossed beneath a small stone bridge. Clear water danced across smooth rocks. Sunlight shimmered upon its surface. Everything felt new, not young new, as though the world had recently awakened. The path wound through flowering gardens. Blossoms appeared everywhere. Cherry blossoms, magnolias, wildflowers. Some Elias recognized, others he did not. Their colors filled the landscape without overwhelming it. Soft pinks, cream whites, gentle purples, fresh greens. The entire courtyard seemed painted with hope. Soon he reached a wide, open garden, surrounded by flowering trees. Petals drifted constantly through the air. The effect resembled slow-moving snow, only warmer, kinder, more alive. At the center of the garden stood a large sundial crafted from pale stone. Unlike ordinary sundials, this one contained no numbers. Instead, words had been carved around its circular edge. Beginning, attempt, discovery, growth, patience, courage, wonder. Elias walked slowly around it. Each word seemed connected to the spirit of the garden, not destinations, stages, parts of becoming something new. Several visitors occupied the courtyard. A young musician practiced beneath a flowering tree. An elderly couple shared tea beside the stream. A painter worked quietly near a bed of white blossoms. Everyone appeared engaged in creating something. Writing, sketching, planning, dreaming. The spring courtyard seemed to encourage beginnings, not through pressure, through invitation. As Elias observed the garden, he noticed a small structure near the far side of the courtyard. It resembled a greenhouse. Glass walls reflected sunlight. Flowering vines climbed across portions of the roof. Several people entered, carrying notebooks. Others emerged smiling thoughtfully. Curiosity stirred. The kind spring seemed to specialize in. A wooden sign stood near the entrance. Only 3 words had been written upon it: the house of first pages. And immediately, Elias knew he wanted to see what waited inside. The path leading to the greenhouse curved through a garden of white blossoms. Their petals moved softly in the afternoon breeze. Not enough to distract, only enough to make the garden feel alive. As Elias approached, he noticed something unusual about the building. The glass walls were not perfectly clear. Tiny patterns had been etched into them. Leaves, flowers, birds, rivers, stars. Small images scattered across the panes, like fragments of unfinished stories. The structure seemed less like a greenhouse and more like a place where ideas were encouraged to grow. The door stood open. Warm sunlight streamed through the entrance. Elias stepped inside. The room was larger than it had appeared from outside. Glass ceilings allowed sunlight to fill the space. Flowering vines climbed elegant wooden beams overhead. Tables occupied different corners of the room. Shelves held journals, sketchbooks, maps, and blank sheets of paper. Fresh flowers rested in ceramic vases throughout the hall. The atmosphere felt bright, hopeful, gentle. Most importantly, it felt unfinished, not incomplete. Unfinished, as though every object within the room was waiting for a story to begin. Several visitors sat quietly at the tables. One sketched a design for a garden. Another wrote in a journal. A third studied a map while making small notes in the margins. No one appeared concerned about perfection. Everyone seemed focused on beginnings. Near the center of the room stood a woman arranging bundles of blank paper. She looked younger than Celeste. Her dark hair was tied loosely behind her shoulders. Her sleeves were rolled up. Small traces of ink marked her fingertips. When she noticed Elias, she smiled warmly. "First visit." Elias nodded. "Is it that obvious?" The woman laughed softly. "Only because everyone looks around exactly the same way." She gestured toward the room, as though they are afraid they'll miss something important. "And will I?" "Probably." The answer surprised him. The woman smiled again. "That's what makes coming back worthwhile." Elias found himself smiling as well. The room seemed full of people who enjoyed curiosity more than certainty. "What is this place?" he asked. The woman considered the question. Then she pointed toward the shelves surrounding them. "Most people think stories begin when someone writes the first sentence." Elias glanced around. The shelves were filled almost entirely with blank journals. The woman continued, "I think stories begin much earlier." She picked up an empty notebook. "Sometimes they begin when someone asks a question." She placed the notebook back on the shelf. "Sometimes they begin when someone notices something." Another notebook. "Sometimes they begin when someone finally decides to try." The room fell quiet. Sunlight drifted across the floor. Pages rustled softly somewhere nearby. The house of first pages exists for those moments. Elias looked around again. This time he noticed details he had missed earlier. Some journals contained only a single sentence. Others held rough sketches. One visitor appeared to be writing a list of places he hoped to visit one day. Another was designing what looked like a tiny cottage. Not finished projects, beginnings, possibilities, seeds. The woman extended a small blank journal toward him. Its cover was pale blue, simple, unmarked, a gift. Elias accepted it carefully. "What should I write?" The woman smiled. "Nothing." He looked at her in confusion. She laughed softly. "Not yet." The answer felt perfectly suited to spring. Not pressure, not expectation. Potential. The journal rested comfortably in his hands. Blank pages, empty space, future possibilities. For a moment, Elias understood why the spring courtyard felt so different from autumn. Autumn taught appreciation. Spring taught permission. permission to begin before knowing exactly where the path would lead. And standing among flowers, sunlight, and unfinished ideas, he began to suspect that the house of first pages had another lesson waiting for him. The pale blue journal remained in Elias's hands as he wandered deeper into the house of first pages. No one asked him to write. No one suggested an idea. No one explained how the blank pages should be used. The freedom felt unusual. Outside the tea house, much of the world encouraged people to know their destination before taking the first step. This place seemed to believe the opposite. As he continued exploring, he noticed a corridor near the back of the greenhouse. Flowering vines climbed along the walls. Sunlight poured through glass panels overhead. The corridor eventually opened into a circular room. Unlike the rest of the building, this room contained almost no furniture, only a curved wall stretching around the entire chamber. At first, Elias thought it had been covered with artwork. Then he looked closer. The wall was filled with notes, thousands of them, small cards, folded papers, handwritten pages, sketches, tiny maps, fragments of ideas. The collection stretched from floor to ceiling. A wooden sign stood near the entrance, the wall of unstarted dreams. Elias approached slowly. A strange warmth filled the room, not because of the sunlight, because every note represented possibility. He began reading. One card simply said, "Learn to play the violin." Another read, "Build a garden beside the sea." A carefully folded note contained only 3 words, "Write my story." Nearby, someone had sketched plans for a small bookshop surrounded by flowers. Another person had drawn a rough map of a journey they hoped to take one day. Some ideas were ambitious, others wonderfully simple. Bake bread for my neighbors. Learn the names of the stars. Plant an apple tree. Send the letter. The final note made Elias pause. Send the letter. Nothing more. No explanation. No context. And yet, it somehow carried the weight of an entire story. The room reminded him that beginnings rarely arrived as grand, dramatic moments. Often they arrived quietly, as decisions, as intentions, as hopes waiting patiently for courage. You found the wall. The familiar voice came from behind him. Elias turned. The woman from earlier stood near the doorway. A small stack of blank cards rested in her hands. "It's difficult to miss," Elias replied. She smiled. "Most visitors spend longer here than anywhere else in the spring courtyard." He understood why. The room felt deeply human, not because of what people had accomplished, because of what they still hoped to do. The woman joined him beside the wall. Many people believe this room celebrates dreams. She shook her head gently. It doesn't. Elias looked at her curiously. No, it celebrates beginnings. Her gaze moved across the countless notes. Dreams are wonderful. She smiled softly. But beginnings change lives. For several moments, they stood quietly, reading, observing, remembering. Then the woman offered him one of the blank cards. Its surface was completely empty. Every visitor may add one. Elias accepted the card. The paper felt surprisingly light, yet the invitation felt significant. He looked around the room once more. Thousands of beginnings surrounded him, some old, some recent, some perhaps already fulfilled, others still waiting. The woman pointed toward a small writing desk near the center of the room. There is no rush. Then she returned to her work, leaving him alone with the card and with a question he had not expected. If he were to begin something today, what would it be? For a long time, Elias stood quietly with the blank card in his hand. Around him, thousands of beginnings covered the walls. Some were bold, some were uncertain, some seemed decades old, others appeared freshly written, yet all shared something important. At one point, every one of them had existed only in someone's thoughts. A possibility, a hope, a quiet desire waiting for its first step. Elias walked slowly toward the writing desk. Sunlight rested across its wooden surface. A small ceramic cup held several fountain pens. Fresh spring blossoms occupied a nearby vase. The arrangement felt simple, welcoming. Nothing about the room demanded an answer. The invitation remained gentle. He sat down. The blank card rested before him. For a few moments, he simply watched the sunlight moving across the paper. Then he thought about the hidden library, the observatory above the clouds, the tea house, the many paths he had followed. Each journey had begun unexpectedly, not with certainty, with curiosity. Perhaps that was true of most worthwhile things. People often waited until they felt completely ready, completely certain, completely prepared. Yet spring seemed to understand something different. Many flowers began blooming before perfect conditions arrived. Birds built nests without guarantees. Seeds entered the earth without knowing exactly how the season would unfold. Life began anyway. The thought settled warmly within him. At last, he picked up one of the fountain pens. The nib touched the card. He wrote only a single sentence. Continue following wonder wherever it appears. Nothing more. No detailed plan. No grand ambition. Just a direction. A beginning. When he finished, he looked at the words for a moment, then carried the card to the wall. Finding a small open space among the countless notes, he carefully attached it. Immediately, it became part of something larger, another beginning among many, another possibility added to the collection. As he stepped back, he felt unexpectedly lighter, not because he had solved anything, because he had chosen something. Even a small beginning carried its own kind of peace. Outside, the afternoon sun had begun its slow descent toward evening. Golden light mixed with drifting petals beyond the glass walls. Visitors continued arriving and departing. Some added notes to the wall. Others quietly read the dreams already hanging there. The room remained alive with possibility. Eventually, Elias left the house of first pages and returned to the spring courtyard. The air felt fresh. Cherry blossoms drifted lazily across the pathways. The musician beneath the flowering tree still practiced gentle melodies. The stream continued its cheerful journey through the gardens. Everything seemed familiar, and yet somehow new. As he crossed the small stone bridge near the courtyard entrance, a petal landed briefly upon the sleeve of his cloak. For a moment it rested there, then the breeze carried it onward. Elias watched it disappear among hundreds of others. Spring, he realized, was not really about beginnings. It was about trust, trusting a path before seeing its destination, trusting a seed before seeing the flower, trusting a first step before seeing the journey. And perhaps that was why the season felt so hopeful, not because it promised certainty, because it welcomed possibility. The evening lanterns were beginning to glow throughout the tea house grounds, and somewhere beyond the spring courtyard, another season waited patiently to share its own lessons. The path toward summer began where the spring gardens slowly gave way to open meadows. Elias noticed the change immediately. Spring had felt full of possibilities. Summer felt full of presence. The air grew warmer, not hot, comfortably warm, the kind of warmth that encouraged people to remain outdoors a little longer than they intended. Wildflowers covered the hills. Tall grasses moved like gentle waves beneath the breeze. The sky appeared wider here, bluer, more open. The landscape seemed less concerned with beginnings and more interested in living fully within the moment. As evening approached, golden sunlight spread across the meadows. Everything it touched seemed to glow. The path eventually led to a terrace overlooking rolling hills. Several lanterns had already been lit. Their warm light mingled with the fading sunlight. Long wooden tables occupied the terrace. Fresh flowers rested in simple ceramic vases. Guests gathered quietly around cups of tea and small plates of fruit. Soft conversation drifted through the evening air. Laughter appeared occasionally, never loudly, always warmly. The atmosphere reminded Elias of a gathering among old friends, even when many of the people had only just met. As he stepped onto the terrace, he noticed someone arranging lanterns along the railing. A young woman, perhaps a few years older than himself. She moved with easy confidence, not hurried, not slow, simply comfortable. Her dark chestnut hair was gathered loosely behind her shoulders. A few strands escaped whenever the breeze passed through. She wore simple, summer-colored clothing and carried a small lantern in one hand. Unlike many people Elias had met during his travels, she seemed entirely present in whatever she was doing. When she adjusted a lantern, all of her attention belonged to the lantern. When she smiled at a guest, all of her attention belonged to the guest. It was a rare quality, and somehow immediately noticeable, as though she had learned the secret art of never being half somewhere else. She caught Elias observing the lanterns. A smile appeared. First summer evening. Elias nodded. Is it obvious? Only because you're looking at everything. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. The regular visitors eventually remember to sit down. Elias laughed softly. The young woman placed the final lantern upon the railing. There, she stepped back to admire her work. The terrace immediately felt warmer. Not brighter, warmer, as though the lanterns had been waiting to complete the scene. My name is Mira, she said. Elias. It's nice to meet you, Elias. The introduction felt strangely easy, like continuing a conversation that had paused rather than starting a new one. Mira gestured toward the nearest table. You're just in time. For what? The sunset tea. Elias followed her gaze. The sun hovered near the horizon. Golden light covered the meadows. Wildflowers glowed like scattered jewels across the hills. Guests gradually gathered around the terrace. Conversations softened. Teacups were filled. Lanterns flickered gently. The entire tea house seemed to be preparing for something. Not an event, a tradition, one that had happened many times before, and one that everyone still looked forward to. Mira rested her arms lightly against the wooden railing. The first sunset is always my favorite. The first sunset, Elias asked. She smiled. You'll see. Far beyond the hills, the sun continued its slow descent, and as golden light spread across the summer meadows, Elias sensed that this season carried a different lesson entirely. Not about beginnings, not about appreciation. Something warmer, something shared, something that could only be understood in the company of others. Guests gradually gathered around the terrace as the sun lowered toward the horizon. No bell announced the occasion. No invitation was required. People simply arrived, as naturally as birds returning to familiar branches at evening. The long wooden tables slowly filled. Teacups appeared. Fresh fruit was placed in small bowls. Lanterns glowed warmly along the railings. The entire terrace seemed wrapped in gold. Elias found a seat near the edge of the gathering. Mira settled into the chair beside him. A breeze moved gently through the meadow below. Wildflowers swayed in response. For several moments, nobody seemed interested in speaking loudly. Everyone's attention remained upon the landscape, and Elias soon understood why. The sunset here was extraordinary, not because the colors were brighter, because the entire summer region seemed designed to welcome them. Golden light spilled across hills and meadows. Fields of flowers shimmered softly. Tall grasses transformed into rivers of amber. Even the distant trees appeared touched by liquid sunlight. The world did not feel illuminated. It felt grateful. A server quietly moved between tables, filling teacups. When a cup reached Elias, he noticed a faint scent of honey and citrus. Warm, comforting, summer in liquid form. Mira lifted her own cup. Everyone thinks the sunset tea is about watching the sunset. Elias glanced toward her. It isn't. She smiled. That's only half of it. The answer lingered. Across the table, several guests exchanged friendly conversation. One elderly traveler shared a story about a garden he had planted years ago. A young artist described a painting she hoped to finish. Another guest laughed while recalling a memorable journey. The stories themselves were simple, yet the atmosphere made them feel important. Not because they were extraordinary, because they were shared. Elias listened quietly. The terrace seemed full of people, appreciating one another's experiences. Nobody interrupted. Nobody competed. Each story was welcomed, given space, given attention. Mira watched the conversations with a contented expression. This is the real tradition. Elias looked around. The stories. She nodded. The day spends itself creating memories. Her gaze returned to the gathering. The evening gives them somewhere to live. The statement felt perfectly suited to summer. Spring had celebrated possibility. Autumn had celebrated appreciation. Summer seemed to celebrate presence, being fully awake inside a beautiful moment, not rushing ahead, not looking behind, simply sharing what existed now. As the sun moved lower, The atmosphere became even warmer. Guests exchanged stories, laughter, and memories. New friendships appeared effortlessly. The terrace felt less like a collection of travelers, more like a community, one that existed only for an evening, and somehow that made it even more precious. At one point, Mira pointed toward a small wooden chest resting near the center of the terrace. Unlike the other decorations, it appeared well used. Its corners had been softened by years of handling. Its lid carried dozens of tiny carved symbols: leaves, stars, flowers, lanterns. "What is that?" Elias asked. A playful smile appeared on her face. "That," she said, "is everyone's favorite part." Elias looked toward the chest again. Several guests had noticed it as well. Their expressions brightened. Conversations gradually softened. Anticipation spread gently through the gathering. Not excitement, something warmer, like returning to a beloved tradition. Mira lifted her teacup. "The sunset is almost ready." The statement made very little sense. Yet somehow, everyone seemed to understand exactly what she meant. And as the final golden light settled across the summer meadows, Elias found himself becoming curious once again. Curious about the chest, curious about the tradition, and curious about why every face on the terrace suddenly carried the same gentle smile. The final edge of the sun touched the horizon. Golden light stretched across the meadows one last time. The terrace grew quieter, not silent, expectant. The old wooden chest remained at the center of the gathering. Its surface glowed softly beneath the lantern light. Mira stood and walked toward it. Several guests smiled as she approached. Clearly, this was not her first time performing whatever tradition was about to begin. She rested one hand upon the lid, then looked around the terrace. Who would like to begin tonight? A few people exchanged amused glances. One elderly traveler raised his hand. Laughter drifted gently through the gathering, not because the gesture was unusual, because it was familiar. Mira opened the chest. Inside were hundreds of folded cards. Some looked old, others appeared recent, each carefully preserved. The elderly traveler stepped forward and selected one. He unfolded it slowly, then smiled. "Oh, I remember this." The guests laughed softly. Elias watched with curiosity. The man cleared his throat. 5 summers ago, I wrote that I wanted to learn how to bake bread. Several guests nodded encouragingly. The man continued. I was 68 years old. More laughter, warm and affectionate. I believed I was far too old to start learning. He paused. A smile spread across his face. I was wrong. The terrace erupted into gentle applause. Not loud, not dramatic, simply sincere. The man returned the card to the chest, and for a moment, Elias understood. The cards were memories, promises, dreams, moments people wished to remember. Mira selected another card. This one belonged to a young woman seated near the far end of the table. The woman laughed as soon as she saw it. I hoped you wouldn't choose that one. The guests immediately became interested. She unfolded the card. 3 years ago, I promised to spend one evening each week watching the sunset instead of working late. The woman smiled. I actually kept that promise. A few people raised their cups in celebration. Others offered cheerful congratulations. The atmosphere remained wonderfully simple. Nobody was impressed by achievements. They were happy about fulfillment. The difference mattered. Card after card emerged from the chest. Some stories were humorous, some touching, some surprisingly ordinary. Yet every one felt meaningful, not because the events were large, because they represented moments people had chosen to live fully. A man spoke about planting a pear tree. A traveler described finally visiting a distant lighthouse. Someone shared the story of reconnecting with an old friend. Each memory carried the same gentle message. Life was happening now, not someday, not eventually, now. Elias found himself smiling more often than he realized. The warmth of the gathering seemed impossible to resist. Beside him, Mira watched the stories unfold with obvious affection. You've done this many times. She nodded. Every summer, why? The question seemed to surprise her slightly. She looked around the terrace, toward the lanterns, the guests, the chest, the sunset fading beyond the hills. Then she answered, because people forget. Elias considered the reply. Forget what? A gentle breeze moved through the meadow. Lanterns flickered softly. Mira's smile became quieter. How many beautiful things have already happened? The answer settled into the evening air. The terrace fell silent for a moment, not because the conversation had ended, because everyone seemed to recognize the truth within it. People remembered disappointments easily, mistakes, regrets, missed opportunities. Yet happiness often passed more quietly. Small victories, peaceful evenings, shared meals, unexpected friendships, moments of gratitude. The chest preserved them, protected them, returned them when needed. As darkness slowly replaced daylight, another card was drawn from the collection. Then another, and another, each one adding a little more warmth to the gathering, a little more laughter, a little more appreciation, and sitting among the lanterns, listening to memories carried gently from one voice to another, Elias began to understand the true heart of summer. It was not abundance. It was not sunlight. It was not even celebration. Summer was remembrance, the practice of noticing joy while it was still present and carrying it forward after the day had ended. The stories continued long after the sun had disappeared. Darkness settled gently across the summer meadows. Not complete darkness. Lantern light now filled the terrace. Hundreds of small golden lights glowed throughout the hills beyond. Some hung from trees. Others rested beside pathways. A few drifted slowly above the grass, like wandering stars. The chest of stories remained open at the center of the gathering. Yet eventually, the final card was returned. The final memory was shared. The final smile settled into the evening. Mira carefully closed the lid. The familiar tradition had reached its conclusion, or so Elias thought. Then several guests began gathering lanterns, not hurriedly, as though following a ritual everyone knew by heart. Curiosity returned immediately. Mira noticed. "It isn't over." Elias smiled. "I was beginning to suspect that." She handed him a lantern. The frame was crafted from polished cedar. Warm light glowed behind delicate paper panels. The lantern felt surprisingly light in his hands. "What happens now?" Mira looked toward the meadow, the part everyone remembers. One by one, guests left the terrace, each carrying a lantern. The procession moved slowly through the summer grass. Golden lights drifted across the hillside like a river of stars. Elias followed. The meadow stretched wide beneath the evening sky. Crickets sang softly among the flowers. A gentle breeze moved through the tall grass. Above, the first stars were beginning to appear. The group eventually reached a hill overlooking the entire summer region. There they stopped. No speeches followed. No instructions. Only quiet understanding. Guests spread across the hillside. Each person placed their lantern upon the grass. Golden lights gradually filled the slope. Hundreds of them, perhaps more. The effect was breathtaking. The hill seemed transformed into a constellation. Stars above, stars below. For several minutes, nobody spoke. The beauty required nothing else. Elias placed his own lantern among the others. Its warm glow joined the countless lights surrounding it. Beside him, Mira watched the scene peacefully. Every lantern represents a memory from this season. Elias looked across the hillside. So many. She nodded. Summer creates them quickly. The lantern light reflected in her eyes. The problem is noticing them. A silence followed, comfortable, unforced. Around them, guests sat quietly among the lanterns. Some watched the stars, others simply enjoyed the evening. Nobody seemed eager to leave. The moment felt complete exactly as it was. At length, Mira spoke again. When I first came here, I thought happiness was something you found. Elias glanced toward her, and now a soft smile appeared. Now I think it's something you notice. The answer felt very much like summer. Not chasing, not searching, paying attention. The hillside remained illuminated by lanterns and starlight. The meadow breathed softly around them, and for the first time since arriving at the tea house between seasons, Elias felt no desire to ask questions, no desire to understand what came next. This evening was enough. This moment was enough. The lantern beside him glowed steadily among hundreds of others, each one representing a memory, a friendship, a quiet success, a beautiful day, a shared story, proof that joy had existed, proof that it mattered. Much later, when the guests finally began returning toward the tea house, the lanterns remained behind, not forgotten, left intentionally to shine through the night, a gift for anyone who happened to look across the meadow before morning. And as Elias followed the lantern-lit path back toward the tea house, he carried summer's lesson with him. Not a lesson about abundance, not a lesson about achievement, a lesson about attention, the simple practice of noticing the beautiful things already present in one's life. Sometimes that was enough to change everything. The following morning arrived quietly. Elias awoke to the scent of cedar wood and fresh tea drifting through the guest wing of the tea house between seasons. For several moments, he remained near the window. The memory of lanterns across the meadow still lingered. Golden lights beneath countless stars. The gentle conversations. Mira's observation that happiness was often something people noticed rather than found. The thought accompanied him as he made his way toward the central courtyard. The 4 seasonal paths waited exactly as before. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. 3 seasons now carried memories. Only one remained unexplored: winter. The path appeared peaceful rather than cold. Snow rested lightly upon the branches beyond the entrance. Silver blue light shimmered across distant rooftops. A quiet stillness seemed to drift from the region itself. Not emptiness, rest. Elias stepped forward. Immediately, the world changed. The air became cooler, fresh, clean. Each breath felt wonderfully clear. The sounds of the tea house gradually softened behind him. Snow covered the landscape ahead. Not deep snow, enough to transform the scenery. Cedar trees lined the pathway. Their branches carried delicate layers of white. Small lanterns glowed warmly among the snow-covered boughs. The contrast felt beautiful. Gold against silver, warmth against winter. The path wound gently through the forest. No birds sang here. No flowing streams echoed nearby. Winter carried a different kind of music. The quiet sound of falling snow, the soft crunch of footsteps, the distant whisper of wind moving through cedar branches. Everything seemed slower, more deliberate. The season did not encourage rushing. Soon Elias reached a frozen pond. Its surface reflected the pale morning sky. Snowflakes drifted lazily downward. A wooden bridge crossed one edge of the water. Near the bridge stood a small pavilion. Several guests sat inside, wrapped in blankets. Some read books. Others simply watched the snowfall. Nobody appeared bored. The stillness itself seemed to be the attraction. Elias continued walking. The forest gradually opened. Ahead, he noticed something unexpected. A village. Small cottages rested among the snow-covered trees. Thin trails of smoke rose from stone chimneys. Warm golden light glowed from frosted windows. Lanterns illuminated winding paths connecting the buildings. The entire settlement looked as though it had stepped from a dream, or from the pages of a beloved story. Someone returned to every winter. As he approached, he noticed another unusual detail. No cottage looked identical. Each possessed its own character, its own personality. Some featured stained glass windows. Others displayed carved wooden signs. One cottage seemed almost entirely surrounded by snow-covered roses. Another possessed a roof shaped like an open book. Yet, despite their differences, all belonged together, like chapters within the same collection. A small sign welcomed visitors at the entrance. Winter Village. Beneath it, smaller words had been carved carefully into the wood. A place for unfinished thoughts to rest. Elias read the sentence twice. Something about it felt important. Before he could consider it further, the door of a nearby cottage opened. Warm light spilled across the snow. A woman stepped outside, carrying a tray of steaming cups. Her silver hair was gathered neatly beneath a knitted scarf. The moment she noticed Elias, her face brightened, not with surprise, with recognition, as though visitors arrived exactly when they were meant to. "Good morning," she called warmly. The scent of cinnamon drifted through the winter air. "You look like someone who has been walking." Elias smiled. "I suppose I have." "Excellent." The woman lifted the tray slightly. "Then you're exactly in time." "For what?" The woman's eyes sparkled. for the morning fires. And immediately, Elias became curious. Once again, the woman led Elias through the village at an unhurried pace. Snow crunched softly beneath their boots. Warm light glowed from cottage windows. The scent of cedar smoke drifted gently through the winter air. Everywhere Elias looked, people seemed comfortable, not despite the season. Because of it, winter here did not feel harsh. It felt welcoming, as though the cold existed only to make warmth easier to appreciate. "My name is Alara," the woman said as they walked. "Elias, the pleasure." Her smile carried the same warmth as the cottages around them. Not energetic like spring, not radiant like summer, not reflective like autumn, comforting like a blanket waiting beside a fireplace. Soon they arrived at the center of the village. A circular courtyard opened before them. Stone pathways converged around a large communal fire. Several wooden benches surrounded the flames. Villagers and visitors sat nearby, holding steaming cups. Conversations drifted softly through the air. The fire itself burned steadily. No dramatic sparks, no roaring flames, only a calm, dependable warmth. Ilara offered Elias one of the cups from her tray. The drink smelled of cinnamon, vanilla, and something faintly familiar. He took a sip. Warmth spread immediately through his hands and chest, not merely from the drink, from the experience itself. The courtyard felt like a place where people naturally relaxed, a place where nobody needed to impress anyone. "You've arrived at my favorite hour," Alara said. Elias looked around. "The morning." She nodded. "Most people think winter belongs to evenings." The fire reflected softly in her eyes. "They're only half right." Nearby, an elderly man added another log to the fire. A child laughed while attempting to catch snowflakes on a mitten. Two travelers quietly shared stories over tea. Everything felt simple, yet deeply satisfying. Alara gestured toward the gathering. Every morning, people bring something to the fire. Elias looked around curiously. At first, he noticed only cups and conversation. Then he began paying closer attention. One woman carried a small notebook. Another visitor brought a half-finished painting. Someone else held a knitted scarf, still missing one sleeve. A young traveler studied a map covered in notes and sketches. Projects, ideas, unfinished things. The realization reminded him of the sign at the village entrance, a place for unfinished thoughts to rest. "You don't finish them here?" Elias asked. Ilara laughed softly. "Oh no." She wrapped both hands around her cup. People spend so much time trying to complete things. Her gaze moved toward the fire. Winter reminds us that some things need rest before they can continue. The answer settled comfortably into the morning. Not everything required immediate progress. Not every journey demanded constant movement. The thought felt surprisingly rare. Outside the tea house, many people treated pauses as failures. Winter seemed to see them differently. A painter sat near the fire, studying an unfinished canvas. Not working on it, simply looking. A writer turned pages of a half-completed manuscript. No pen touched the paper. A musician rested beside a violin case. Content to listen rather than perform. None appeared frustrated. They seemed peaceful, as though the pause itself served a purpose. Elias watched the flames dance gently above the logs. The fire never rushed. It simply burned steadily, patiently, giving warmth, providing light, remaining present. Eventually, Alara pointed toward a large building at the far end of the courtyard. Its roof carried a layer of fresh snow. Warm lanterns glowed beneath the eaves. Smoke drifted lazily from a stone chimney. Above the entrance hung a beautifully carved sign, "The House of Quiet Projects." The name alone sparked curiosity. Several visitors entered, carrying unfinished books, paintings, journals, and small wooden boxes. Others emerged smiling thoughtfully. "What happens there?" Elias asked. Elara's smile widened. "The same thing that happens to seeds beneath winter snow." Elias looked toward the building again. The answer explained almost nothing, and somehow made him even more curious. Beside the fire, snow continued falling softly from the pale winter sky. The village remained wrapped in peace, and somewhere inside the House of Quiet Projects, another lesson waited patiently for him. After spending some time beside the morning fire, Elias eventually followed the snow-covered path toward the large building at the far end of the village. The House of Quiet Projects seemed even more inviting up close. Warm lanterns glowed beneath the roof. Snow rested peacefully upon the wooden beams. Through the windows, he could see shelves, fireplaces, and comfortable chairs. Nothing about the building suggested productivity. Everything suggested permission. Permission to slow down. Permission to pause. Permission to continue later. Elias opened the door and stepped inside. Warmth greeted him immediately, not only from the fireplaces, from the atmosphere itself. The interior resembled a cross between a workshop, a library, and a living room. Large shelves lined the walls. Comfortable chairs occupied reading corners. Long tables stood beneath, hanging lanterns. Visitors quietly worked on various projects throughout the hall. Or, more accurately, they spent time with them. A woman sat beside an unfinished painting. She wasn't painting. She was simply observing it. A traveler turned pages of a journal without adding a single word. An elderly craftsman polished a wooden music box he had apparently been building for years. Nobody seemed rushed. Nobody appeared behind schedule. The room felt wonderfully free from urgency. Elias wandered deeper inside. Near one fireplace stood hundreds of small wooden drawers. Each carried a handwritten label. Some contained names. Others carried simple descriptions, half-finished poems, future journeys, letters not yet sent, ideas still growing, dreams awaiting their season. The labels alone felt like stories. As Elias studied them, a familiar voice spoke nearby. Most visitors expect this room to teach productivity. He turned. Elara stood beside one of the shelves, carrying a stack of books. Instead of placing them down immediately, she took a moment to straighten each one carefully. The gesture seemed entirely in character. "And it doesn't?" Elias asked. She smiled. "Quite the opposite." The answer surprised him. Elara placed the final book onto the shelf, then gestured around the room. "Look closely." Elias did. For a moment, he wasn't sure what she meant. Then he noticed something. No one appeared stressed. No one looked guilty about unfinished work. No one seemed worried about falling behind. The atmosphere carried an unusual sense of trust. Trust that things would continue when they were ready. Trust that growth was still happening, even when it couldn't be seen. Elara nodded, as though she could see the realization forming. Many people believe progress only exists when it becomes visible. Her gaze moved toward the snow-covered windows. Winter disagrees. Outside, snow drifted softly through the village. The season itself seemed to support her point. Beneath the snow, roots continued their quiet work. Trees rested. Seeds waited. The world appeared still. Yet life continued beneath the surface. The house of quiet projects seemed built upon the same principle. A small staircase led to a balcony overlooking the main hall. Elias climbed slowly. From above, the entire building looked different. Visitors occupied dozens of comfortable spaces, reading, thinking, resting, planning, reflecting. The room resembled a garden during winter. Nothing appeared dramatic, yet countless future blossoms were quietly preparing themselves. At the far end of the balcony stood a large glass case. Inside rested hundreds of notebooks, some thick, some thin, some old, some recent. A brass plaque beside the case caught Elias's attention. Projects completed after being given time. He stepped closer. curiosity deepened immediately because the notebooks were not arranged by success or talent or importance. They were arranged by patience, and somehow that felt like a much more interesting story. Elias stood before the glass case for several moments. The notebooks inside varied in size, color, and age. Some appeared decades old. Others looked relatively recent. Yet all of them shared the same distinction. They had been completed. Not quickly, not perfectly. Given time. The phrase lingered in his thoughts. Projects completed after being given time. It felt less like a collection and more like a philosophy, a gentle reminder preserved behind glass. He opened a small book resting on a nearby stand. Visitors were welcome to read selected entries from the collection. The first notebook belonged to a traveler. According to the opening page, she had spent 12 years writing a guide to forgotten gardens, not because the work was difficult, because life had continued happening. Journeys, friendships, responsibilities, unexpected detours. The project had rested many times, yet each time she returned. Eventually, the guide was finished, not despite the pauses. Alongside them, Elias smiled. The distinction felt important. He continued reading. Another notebook described a violin crafted over 7 winters. The maker had worked slowly, sometimes only a few hours each month. The instrument eventually became one of his most treasured possessions, not because it was flawless, because it carried years of patience within its wood. Nearby, another entry described a woman who spent nearly a decade gathering stories from distant villages. The collection became a beloved book, yet the pages spoke far less about the final result than the journey itself. Again and again, the same lesson appeared. Progress had not disappeared during periods of rest. It had simply become less visible. The realization felt surprisingly comforting. At length, Elias closed the notebook and returned to the balcony railing. Below, the house of quiet projects continued its peaceful rhythm. A traveler studied maps. A painter observed an unfinished canvas. Someone rested in a chair beside the fire while holding a half-written journal. The room seemed full of futures, quietly preparing themselves. Beside him, Alara appeared carrying 2 cups of tea. She offered one. Elias accepted gratefully. For a time, they simply watched the hall below. The tea smelled faintly of vanilla and cedar. Warm, steady. Winter in a cup. Eventually, Elias spoke. Do people ever leave projects unfinished forever? Alara considered the question. Sometimes. The answer carried no judgment, no disappointment. a small smile appeared. Not every seed becomes a tree. Snow drifted past the windows behind her. The village remained wrapped in soft, white stillness. Alara continued, but even the projects people leave behind often teach them something. She lifted her cup. A path does not become meaningless simply because it leads somewhere unexpected. The thought joined the others Elias had collected throughout his visit. Spring had spoken of beginnings. Summer had spoken of noticing joy. Autumn had spoken of appreciation. And winter seemed to speak of patience. The kind patience that trusted growth, even when nothing appeared to be happening. Much later, Elias and Alara left the house of quiet projects together. The afternoon light had begun fading. Lanterns glowed throughout the village, warm gold against fresh snow. The sight felt wonderfully familiar now. As they crossed the central square, Elias noticed something he had overlooked earlier. The villagers were not avoiding winter. They were participating in it, enjoying fireplaces, sharing warm drinks, reading books, working slowly, gathering together. Winter was not a season to survive here. It was a season to inhabit, a season to appreciate in its own quiet way. They arrived once more at the communal fire. Flames danced gently within the stone circle. Guests sat nearby, wrapped in blankets. Stories drifted through the evening air. The atmosphere felt peaceful, complete. Alara stopped beside the fire. I think people misunderstand winter. Elias glanced toward her. How so? She watched the falling snow for a moment before answering. They think it's the season when life pauses. A soft smile appeared. I think it's the season when life learns how to listen. The words settled warmly within him, and as evening gathered around the winter village, Elias realized that each season had offered a gift. Not answers, perspectives, ways of seeing, ways of living. Spring had offered trust. Summer had offered attention. Autumn had offered appreciation. Winter had offered patience. Together, they felt less like lessons and more like companions. Quiet truths he suspected would remain with him long after he left the tea house between seasons. Above the village, snow continued falling. Lanterns glowed, firelight flickered, and for the first time since arriving, Elias felt no need to seek the next path immediately. The journey itself had become enough. The following morning arrived beneath a sky of pale silver clouds. Snow still rested upon the rooftops of Winter Village. Lanterns glowed softly beside pathways. The communal fire continued burning at the center of the square. Yet something felt different. Not within the village. Within Elias. The lessons of the 4 seasons now traveled with him. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, each had offered a way of seeing the world. Trust, attention, appreciation, patience. The realization accompanied him as he made his way back toward the central courtyard of the tea house between seasons. The familiar paths greeted him once more. For a moment, he simply stood there, looking, remembering the blossom-covered entrance of spring, the lantern meadows of summer, the golden groves of autumn, the snow-covered village of winter. Each path now carried memories rather than mystery, and somehow that felt beautiful. Eventually, he returned to the main building. The tea house itself appeared quieter than before. Morning sunlight filtered through paper lanterns. Guests moved calmly through the halls. The scent of tea leaves drifted through the air. Everything felt familiar, comfortable, almost like returning home after a meaningful journey. Celeste stood behind the reception desk, as though she had known exactly when he would return. Her silver blue robes caught the morning light. A knowing smile appeared when she saw him. "You've been busy." Elias laughed softly. "I suppose I have. Did the seasons treat you kindly?" He considered the question, then nodded. "Very." Celeste seemed pleased with the answer. For a moment, neither spoke. Then she placed a small wooden box upon the counter. The object immediately captured his attention. It appeared ancient. Its surface was carved with intricate patterns: flowers, lanterns, leaves, snowflakes, the symbols of all 4 seasons intertwined across the wood. Elias stepped closer. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, almost impossibly detailed. "What is it?" Celeste rested her fingertips lightly upon the lid. "A gift." The answer felt suspiciously incomplete. She smiled. "You've noticed that many answers here are." Elias laughed. The box was small enough to fit comfortably in both hands, yet somehow it felt important, significant, like the beginning of something. Celeste opened the lid. Inside rested a single brass key. Nothing else. No explanation. No note. Just a key. Its design was unlike anything Elias had seen before. Tiny symbols had been engraved along its shaft. The same 4 seasonal emblems appeared again: spring blossom, summer lantern, autumn leaf, winter snowflake. For several moments, he simply stared at it, then looked up. "A key to what?" Celeste's smile widened slightly. "The 5th door." The words settled into the quiet room. Elias blinked. "The tea house has a 5th door." "Not always." The answer explained absolutely nothing, which unfortunately made perfect sense. Celeste closed the box gently. The door appears only after someone has walked all 4 paths. Curiosity awakened instantly, not the soft curiosity of the seasonal gardens, something deeper, older, the curiosity that accompanies a genuine mystery. Elias accepted the box. The brass key felt cool in his hands, unexpectedly heavy, as though it carried more than metal within it. Where do I find this door? Celeste's eyes sparkled. You don't. Elias sighed. She laughed softly. It finds you. And for the first time since arriving at the tea house between seasons, Elias felt as though he had reached the edge of one journey and the beginning of another. The brass key remained in Elias's pocket throughout the day, not because he feared losing it, because he found himself checking that it was still there. Again and again, the small wooden box accompanied him as he wandered through the tea house. Yet despite Celeste's promise, no mysterious door appeared. No hidden corridor revealed itself. No secret passage emerged from behind a bookshelf. By late afternoon, Elias had begun suspecting that the tea house was enjoying the situation immensely. At least, if buildings were capable of enjoying anything, the tea house certainly seemed capable of surprises. Eventually, he found himself sitting in a quiet reading room overlooking a small garden. Rain had begun falling outside. Gentle rain, the sort that encouraged people to remain indoors with tea and books. Several guests occupied nearby chairs. Some read, others rested. The atmosphere felt wonderfully peaceful. Elias opened one of the books resting upon a side table. It contained sketches of the tea house from many years ago. The gardens appeared smaller, the trees younger, yet the spirit of the place remained unchanged. He turned several pages, then paused. A folded sheet of paper slipped from between the pages. Curious, he unfolded it. The note contained only a single sentence. Some doors appear when we stop searching for them. Elias stared at the message, then immediately looked around the room. No one appeared concerned. No one seemed surprised. The note felt less like an accident and more like the tea house continuing a conversation. He folded it carefully and returned it to the book. Outside, rain continued tapping softly against the windows. The afternoon drifted onward, and gradually, almost without noticing, Elias stopped looking for the 5th door. Instead, he spent the remainder of the day enjoying the tea house. He shared tea with several travelers, visited the veranda overlooking all 4 seasons, returned briefly to the book of returning seasons, spent time beside a fireplace, listening to distant rain. The key remained in his pocket, present, patient, waiting. evening, lanterns glowed throughout the halls. Warm light reflected across polished cedar floors. Guests gathered in comfortable corners. The tea house seemed wrapped in quiet contentment. Elias eventually decided to retire for the night. The day had been pleasant, uncomplicated, and entirely free of mysterious doors, at least until he reached the guest corridor. He was halfway to his room when he noticed something unusual. A lantern, not the lantern itself. Its light, a soft golden glow, spilled across the floor from a hallway he did not remember seeing before. Elias stopped. The corridor should have ended several steps behind him. Yet a narrow passage now extended farther into the building. Silent, waiting. The golden light at its far end flickered gently. For a moment, he simply stood there, not alarmed, not even surprised, only curious. The tea house had spent several days teaching him patience, teaching him trust, teaching him attention. Now it seemed ready to reward all three. Slowly, he followed the passage. The hallway curved through a section of the building he had never explored. Lanterns hung from the ceiling at regular intervals, their warm glow illuminated walls decorated with carvings of blossoms, lanterns, leaves, and snowflakes, the symbols of the 4 seasons, the same symbols engraved upon the key. The passage eventually ended at a circular chamber. The room was empty, almost. At the center stood a single door. Unlike every other door in the tea house, this one possessed no handle, no hinges, no visible lock. Its surface appeared carved from pale wood that shimmered faintly in the lantern light. The 4 seasonal symbols surrounded its frame, and directly at its center rested a small brass keyhole, exactly the size of the key in Elias's pocket. The room fell completely silent. Even the distant sounds of the tea house seemed absent here. Only stillness remained, the kind of stillness that exists just before a new page is turned. Elias stepped closer. The brass key felt warm in his hand, not hot, familiar, as though it had always belonged here. The 5th door had found him, exactly as Celeste promised, and standing before it, key in hand. Elias sensed that whatever waited beyond was unlike anything he had yet discovered within the tea house between seasons. For several moments, Elias simply stood before the door, not from hesitation, from respect. Every meaningful place he had discovered during his travels had begun with a threshold, a library doorway, a hidden map, a winding path, a bridge, a lantern-lit road. Now another waited before him, quietly, patiently. The brass key rested comfortably in his hand. The symbols engraved upon it seemed almost alive beneath the lantern light. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, the 4 seasons that had guided him here. At last, he placed the key into the lock. It fit perfectly. A soft click echoed through the circular chamber. Nothing dramatic followed. No burst of light. No ancient mechanism awakening. Only a gentle sound, like the turning of a page. The door slowly opened. Warm light spilled outward, golden, comforting, familiar. Elias stepped forward and stopped. Beyond the doorway was not another room. Not exactly. A vast landscape stretched before him. Yet it was unlike any landscape he had ever seen. At first glance, it appeared impossible. The observatory above the clouds, the autumn grove, the lantern meadow, the winter village, the spring gardens, all existed here, not separately, together. The seasons blended seamlessly into one another. Golden leaves drifted past flowering trees. Snow sparkled beside wildflowers. Lanterns glowed among green meadows. Everything coexisted in perfect harmony, as though the boundaries between seasons had dissolved. A stone path extended through the center of the landscape. The route wound gently toward a distant hill. Upon that hill stood a single cedar tree, large, ancient, beautiful. Its branches carried blossoms, green leaves, autumn gold, and winter frost simultaneously. The sight immediately captured his attention, not because it was grand, because it felt meaningful. The entire realm seemed built around it. Elias stepped through the doorway. The air felt different here. Not warmer, not cooler, balanced, comfortable, the sort of air one forgets to notice because it feels exactly right. Behind him, the doorway remained open. Ahead, the path waited. He followed it slowly. Every step revealed new wonders. A stream carried blossom petals and autumn leaves side by side. Snow rested beneath flowering trees without harming them. Wildflowers bloomed near frozen ponds. Nothing competed. Nothing conflicted. Everything belonged. The landscape felt less like a place and more like an understanding. As he walked, memories surfaced naturally. The elderly woman beside the pond, the gratitude tree, the wall of unstarted dreams, Mira's lantern meadow, Ilara's morning fire, Celeste's patient guidance. The lessons of each season seemed woven into the world around him. Trust, attention, appreciation, patience, not separate lessons, parts of something larger. Eventually, he reached the hill. The great cedar tree rose above him. Its trunk was immense. Its branches stretched across the sky. Thousands of lanterns hung among its limbs, not lit, waiting. The tree reminded him of the hidden library in one important way. It felt alive with stories. Beneath the cedar stood a simple wooden bench, and seated upon it was a figure, an elderly man wearing a long traveler's cloak. His silver hair moved gently in the breeze. A journal rested upon his lap. He appeared entirely at ease, as though he had been expecting company. The man looked up. A warm smile appeared. Not surprise, recognition, like greeting a traveler who had finally arrived after a long journey. "Welcome," he said softly. His voice carried the calm confidence of someone who had spent many years listening. Elias approached. The old traveler closed his journal. The lanterns overhead swayed gently among branches, carrying all 4 seasons at once, for reasons he could not explain. Elias felt as though this meeting had been waiting for him from the very beginning, and somehow the old traveler seemed to know it too. For several moments, Elias simply stood before the door, not from hesitation, from respect. Every meaningful place he had discovered during his travels had begun with a threshold, a library doorway, a hidden map, a winding path, a bridge, a lantern-lit road. Now another waited before him, quietly, patiently. The brass key rested comfortably in his hand. The symbols engraved upon it seemed almost alive beneath the lantern light. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, the 4 seasons that had guided him here. At last, he placed the key into the lock. It fit perfectly. A soft click echoed through the circular chamber. Nothing dramatic followed. No burst of light. No ancient mechanism awakening. Only a gentle sound, like the turning of a page. The door slowly opened. Warm light spilled outward, golden, comforting, familiar. Elias stepped forward and stopped. Beyond the doorway was not another room. Not exactly. A vast landscape stretched before him. Yet it was unlike any landscape he had ever seen. At first glance, it appeared impossible. The observatory above the clouds, the autumn grove, the lantern meadow, the winter village, the spring gardens, all existed here, not separately, together. The seasons blended seamlessly into one another. Golden leaves drifted past flowering trees. Snow sparkled beside wildflowers. Lanterns glowed among green meadows. Everything coexisted in perfect harmony, as though the boundaries between seasons had dissolved. A stone path extended through the center of the landscape. The route wound gently toward a distant hill. Upon that hill stood a single cedar tree, large, ancient, beautiful. Its branches carried blossoms green leaves, autumn gold, and winter frost simultaneously. The sight immediately captured his attention, not because it was grand, because it felt meaningful. The entire realm seemed built around it. Elias stepped through the doorway. The air felt different here. Not warmer, not cooler, balanced, comfortable, the sort of air one forgets to notice because it feels exactly right. Behind him, the doorway remained open. Ahead, the path waited. He followed it slowly. Every step revealed new wonders. A stream carried blossom petals, and autumn leaves side by side. Snow rested beneath flowering trees without harming them. Wildflowers bloomed near frozen ponds. Nothing competed, nothing conflicted. Everything belonged. The landscape felt less like a place and more like an understanding. As he walked, memories surfaced naturally. The elderly woman beside the pond, the gratitude tree, the wall of unstarted dreams, Mira's lantern meadow, Ilara's morning fire, Celeste's patient guidance. The lessons of each season seemed woven into the world around him. Trust, attention, appreciation, patience, not separate lessons, parts of something larger. Eventually, he reached the hill. The great cedar tree rose above him. Its trunk was immense. Its branches stretched across the sky. Thousands of lanterns hung among its limbs, not lit, waiting. The tree reminded him of the hidden library in one important way. It felt alive with stories. Beneath the cedar stood a simple wooden bench, and seated upon it was a figure, an elderly man wearing a long traveler's cloak. His silver hair moved gently in the breeze. A journal rested upon his lap. He appeared entirely at ease, as though he had been expecting company. The man looked up. A warm smile appeared. Not surprise, recognition, like greeting a traveler who had finally arrived after a long journey. "Welcome," he said softly. His voice carried the calm confidence of someone who had spent many years listening. Elias approached. The old traveler closed his journal. The lanterns overhead swayed gently among branches, carrying all 4 seasons at once, for reasons he could not explain. Elias felt as though this meeting had been waiting for him from the very beginning. And somehow, the old traveler seemed to know it too. Elias approached the cedar tree slowly. The old traveler remained seated upon the bench, comfortable, patient, entirely at home beneath the branches. For a time, neither spoke. The silence felt natural, like arriving at the end of a beautiful walk and taking a moment to enjoy the view before speaking. The great cedar seemed to appreciate such silences. Lanterns swayed gently overhead. Some carried blossoms painted upon their paper panels. Others displayed leaves, snowflakes, or tiny stars. All remained unlit, waiting. The old traveler rested one hand upon the journal in his lap. At last he smiled. "I've been wondering when you would arrive." Elias laughed softly. "Everyone here seems to know things before I do." The traveler chuckled. "That tends to happen when one spends enough time listening." The answer felt strangely familiar, very much like something Alara might say, or Celeste, or perhaps the tea house itself. Elias sat upon the opposite end of the bench. The view stretched endlessly before them. All 4 seasons existed together across the landscape. Beautiful, balanced, complete. "It's extraordinary," Elias said. The traveler nodded. "Most people say that. You've heard it often." The man's eyes sparkled. "A few times. For a while, they simply observed the scenery." Then Elias asked the question that had been waiting since the 5th door first appeared. "What is this place?" The traveler considered the answer carefully, not because he was searching for words, because he respected the question. Finally, he spoke. "The seasons teach different lessons." Elias nodded. The statement felt obvious. The traveler continued. "Yet many people make the mistake of carrying them separately." His gaze moved across the landscape. "They place patience in one corner of life, gratitude in another, wonder somewhere else." The lanterns overhead shifted softly in the breeze. The 5th path exists to remind people that wisdom works better together. The answer settled gently beneath the cedar branches. Trust, attention, appreciation, patience. Elias thought about each lesson, each season, each person he had met. The old traveler smiled knowingly. As separate lessons, they are useful. His hand rested lightly upon the journal. As companions, they become a way of living. For several moments, neither spoke. The realization felt too complete to rush past. Eventually, Elias looked toward the lanterns hanging above. "Why are they unlit?" The traveler's smile widened. "I was hoping you would ask." He rose from the bench, slowly, comfortably, then walked toward the enormous trunk of the cedar tree. Carved into the bark was a small wooden door, barely noticeable unless one knew where to look. The traveler opened it. Inside rested a single lantern. Unlike the others, this one already glowed. Warm golden light filled the small compartment. The old traveler carefully lifted it. Immediately, the surrounding branches seemed brighter, not because the lantern itself was powerful, because it belonged there. He returned carrying it, then offered it to Elias. The lantern felt surprisingly light. Its paper panels contained no symbols, no blossoms, no leaves, no snowflakes, no stars, blank, completely blank. What does it represent? Elias asked. The old traveler looked toward the thousands of lanterns hanging above, then back toward Elias. It hasn't decided yet. The answer brought a smile. The traveler nodded approvingly. All those lanterns represent journeys already lived. His gaze moved toward the blank lantern. That one represents the journey still being written. A breeze passed through the branches. The lanterns swayed softly overhead. For the first time, Elias understood. The fifth path was not the end of his journey. It was perspective, a place from which to view everything he had learned, a place where the lessons connected. The traveler returned to the bench. The journal remained resting there. Its pages moved gently in the breeze. Most visitors believe the fifth door reveals a secret. He smiled. It doesn't. What does it reveal? The old traveler looked toward the horizon, where all 4 seasons met. The traveler, the answer lingered, simple, quiet, true. The tea house between seasons had never been trying to change the world around Elias. It had been helping him notice the world within himself, not dramatically, gently, one season at a time. The old traveler seemed satisfied by the realization, as though another page had settled into its proper place. Above them, the countless lanterns continued their patient waiting, and beneath the cedar tree carrying every season at once, Elias sat holding the blank lantern of future journeys, not wondering where the next path would lead, trusting that he would recognize it when it appeared, just as he always had, just as he always would. The realm beyond the fifth door did not seem governed by ordinary time. Morning never arrived suddenly. Evening never truly departed. Instead, the landscape moved through gentle shifts of light. Like a long, peaceful breath, Elias remained beneath the cedar of all seasons for what felt like hours, or perhaps days. It was difficult to tell. The old traveler never appeared concerned by such questions. Sometimes they spoke. Sometimes they sat quietly watching the seasonal landscape below. Both activities seemed equally valuable. The blank lantern remained with Elias wherever he went. Its warm glow never faded, nor did it grow brighter. It simply accompanied him, patiently, like a companion. One morning, or what seemed like morning, the old traveler closed his journal and stood. "I think your lantern is becoming curious." Elias looked down. The lantern appeared exactly as before, blank, golden, quiet. "I'm not sure I understand." The traveler smiled. "Most meaningful things begin that way. Unfortunately, this explained nothing, which seemed entirely intentional. The old traveler gestured toward a path Elias had not previously noticed. It curved away from the cedar hill and disappeared into a valley of silver grass. You've spent many days learning from stories already lived. His gaze settled upon the lantern. Perhaps it's time to discover one still being written. The words felt significant. Elias rose. The lantern felt slightly warmer in his hands than usual. Not dramatically, just enough to notice. The old traveler seemed pleased. There, Elias glanced at the lantern again. For the briefest moment, he thought he saw something appear upon one of its blank panels. A faint line, almost like the beginning of a sketch. Then it vanished. Curiosity awakened immediately. The old traveler chuckled. Lanterns can be shy. The path led downward through rolling hills covered in silver grass. The blades shimmered softly whenever the breeze moved through them, like moonlight flowing across water. The landscape felt wonderfully open, peaceful, unhurried. As he walked, Elias noticed small stone markers scattered beside the trail. Each carried a single sentence. Simple observations, simple truths. One read, every meaningful journey was once invisible. Another said, the future arrives one ordinary day at a time. Further along, another marker carried only 4 words. Pay attention to beginnings. The messages felt less like instructions and more like companions, gentle reminders left by previous travelers. Eventually, the path reached a valley, unlike any Elias had seen before. Hundreds of lanterns floated there, not hanging from trees, not resting upon the ground, floating, drifting slowly through the air above the silver grass. Each glowed with its own unique light, some golden, some pale blue, some silver, some warm amber. The sight immediately brought him to a stop. The valley resembled a sky filled with wandering stars, beautiful, silent, wonderfully calm. Elias watched one lantern drift nearby. Unlike his own, its paper panels were covered in illustrations, tiny drawings, a mountain path, a garden gate, a teacup beside a window, a violin, a lighthouse. The images appeared handcrafted, deeply personal, as though someone had slowly recorded a life upon its surface. The floating lantern continued onward. Another drifted past. This one carried painted cherry blossoms. Another displayed constellations. Another contained sketches of books and maps. Every lantern seemed different. Every lantern appeared to tell a story. A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Most visitors stay here longer than they intended. Elias turned. A young woman stood beside the path, perhaps 25 years old. She wore a traveler's coat, the color of moonlit cedar. Silver ribbons had been woven into her dark hair. A sketchbook rested beneath one arm. Unlike Mira's warm summer energy or Alara's winter comfort, this woman carried a quiet sense of creativity, the feeling of someone who noticed details other people often missed. She smiled, not with surprise, with recognition, as though she had expected him to arrive eventually. Elias suddenly remembered something. Every season had introduced someone who embodied its lesson. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. And now, perhaps the fifth path was introducing its own guide. The woman glanced toward the lantern in his hands. A knowing expression appeared. Oh, her smile widened slightly. Yours has started waking up. And immediately, Elias looked down at the lantern, because this time, the faint sketch upon its surface had not disappeared. A single small star now glowed softly upon one of the blank panels. Elias stared at the small star glowing upon the lantern's surface. Only moments earlier, the panel had been blank. Now a tiny golden star rested there. Simple, delicate, beautiful. The mark seemed almost alive, not moving, growing, as though the lantern itself had decided to begin telling a story. The young woman beside the path appeared unsurprised. In fact, she looked quietly pleased. "You've seen this before," Elias said. The woman nodded. "Many times." Her gaze followed one of the floating lanterns drifting across the valley, though never twice in exactly the same way. The answer felt promising and mysterious, a combination Elias had learned to appreciate. The woman extended her hand. "My name is Lyra." Elias. "A pleasure." The introduction felt easy, natural, very much like meeting Mira beside the summer terrace, or Alara near the winter fires. Yet Lyra possessed a different quality. She seemed attentive to possibilities, not what something was, what it might become. Together, they followed the path deeper into the valley. Floating lanterns drifted overhead. Some moved slowly. Others appeared content to linger among the silver grasses. The entire landscape glowed with soft light, not enough to illuminate the world, enough to transform it. As they walked, Elias found himself studying the lanterns more closely. Each carried illustrations across its paper panels, thousands of tiny moments preserved in ink and color. One lantern displayed shelves of books, a sleeping cat, a rainy window. Another carried sketches of mountains and winding roads. A third showed gardens blooming across different seasons. Every lantern seemed deeply personal, the visual record of a life, or perhaps a journey. Whose lanterns are they? Elias asked. Lyra smiled. Everyone's. The answer was not especially helpful. She noticed his expression and laughed softly. They belonged to travelers who passed through the fifth path. Her gaze lifted toward the drifting lights. Each lantern records the moments that shaped them. Elias looked at the lantern in his hands. Only the small star had appeared so far. Nothing else. No grand illustration. No elaborate design. Just a single point of light. What does the star mean? Lyra considered the question, then shook her head gently. I don't know. Elias blinked. You don't know? No. Her smile widened. That's the interesting part. They continued walking. The valley seemed endless. Silver grass swayed gently around them. Floating lanterns moved overhead like patient constellations. Eventually, they reached a stone terrace overlooking the entire landscape. A circular table stood there. Several sketchbooks rested upon its surface. Alongside them sat jars filled with colored pencils, brushes, and ink. The arrangement resembled an artist's studio, placed beneath an open sky. Lyra sat at the table, opening her sketchbook. She began drawing one of the passing lanterns. Her movements appeared effortless, practiced, comfortable. Elias watched for a moment. The resulting sketch looked remarkably alive, not merely accurate, observed, carefully understood. You draw them. Sometimes, she continued sketching. Sometimes I write about them. Why? Lyra glanced toward the valley. Hundreds of lanterns drifted through the silver light. Because stories deserve witnesses. The answer lingered. The phrase felt important. Not every beautiful thing needed to be owned or explained. Sometimes it only needed to be noticed, witnessed, appreciated. The thought reminded him unexpectedly of summer, of Mira, of lanterns glowing across a meadow. Yet this place felt different. Summer had celebrated memories already gathered. The Valley of Living Lanterns seemed interested in memories still becoming. Potential rather than reflection. The future rather than the past. As though the lanterns were quietly documenting lives while they unfolded, without hurry, without judgment, without knowing the ending. A soft glow caught Elias's attention. He looked down. The lantern in his hands had changed again. The small star remained, but now another image had appeared beside it. A tiny open book, no larger than a thumbprint. Its pages glowed softly against the paper panel. The sight immediately reminded him of the hidden library, the place where so many journeys had begun. Lyra noticed the new image and smiled. Ah, she closed her sketchbook gently. It started. Elias looked from the lantern to Lyra. What has? The floating lanterns drifted silently across the valley. Silver grass whispered beneath the breeze, and Lyra's smile suggested that whatever was happening, it was only the beginning. For a moment, Elias simply looked at the lantern. The small star, the tiny open book, both glowed softly upon the paper panel. The images felt familiar, personal, not random decorations, memories, or perhaps beginnings of memories. Lyra rose from the stone terrace and walked toward the edge of the overlook. Hundreds of lanterns drifted through the valley below. The sight never seemed to lose its wonder. Most people make the same mistake, she said. Elias joined her beside the railing. What mistake? They think the lantern records events. The answer sounded reasonable enough. Doesn't it? Lyra shook her head. No. A floating lantern drifted below them. Its panels displayed illustrations of bookshelves, rain, teacups, and a sleeping dog. The images seemed ordinary, yet somehow deeply meaningful. The lantern doesn't record what happened. Her gaze followed the drifting light. It records what mattered. The distinction settled gently into place. Elias looked down at his own lantern. The star, the book, neither represented an event. They represented something deeper: wonder, discovery, the beginning of a journey. For several moments, neither spoke. Then another image appeared, slowly, almost shyly. A lantern, small and golden, the same lantern meadow from summer. The drawing glowed beside the book. 3 symbols now decorated the paper panel: star, book, lantern. The lantern was remembering. Not everything, only the moments that had shaped him. The realization felt unexpectedly moving, as though someone had gathered treasured memories and preserved them with gentle care. Lyra smiled when she saw the new image. The first ones usually arrive quickly. The first ones, she nodded, the memories that already belong to you. Her hand rested lightly upon the railing. The interesting part comes later. Elias had a feeling he knew what her answer would be. What happens later? The memories that haven't happened yet. The statement should have sounded impossible. Instead, it felt strangely natural within the 5th path. The valley itself seemed built from possibilities. Around them, lanterns drifted through silver grasses, each carrying stories, each continuing its quiet journey. Eventually, Lyra led him farther along the overlook. The stone terrace gradually curved around the hillside. Small observation platforms appeared at regular intervals. Each offered a different view of the valley. At one platform, floating lanterns gathered above a stream. At another, they drifted among flowering trees. The entire landscape felt designed for noticing, for paying attention, for observing stories as they unfolded. Near the far end of the overlook stood a small pavilion. Unlike the tea house structures Elias had encountered before, this one contained no tables, no chairs, only dozens of hanging lanterns, all unlit, each completely blank. The sight immediately reminded him of the lantern beneath the cedar of all seasons. Lyra stepped inside. Her fingers brushed lightly against one of the hanging lanterns. They all begin this way. Elias walked among them. Blank paper panels, untold stories, future memories. The lanterns seemed less like objects and more like promises. What happens when they're finished? Lyra's expression softened. Finished? She considered the word carefully, then smiled. I've never liked that word. The answer felt very much like something belonging to this place. She looked toward the valley beyond the pavilion. The floating lanterns continued their patient journey through the silver light. Stories don't really finish. Her voice carried gentle certainty. They become part of other stories. The thought lingered. Beautiful, comforting, the kind of idea that seemed obvious once someone finally said it aloud. A breeze moved through the pavilion. The blank lanterns swayed softly overhead, their paper surfaces catching silver and gold light. And at that exact moment, another image appeared upon Elias's lantern. Not a symbol, not an object, a person, drawn in delicate golden lines. A young woman standing beside a terrace filled with floating lanterns. A sketchbook tucked beneath one arm, silver ribbons woven into dark hair. Lyra. The lantern had recorded her, not because she had explained anything, not because she had guided him, because she already mattered to the story. And somehow, seeing her appear upon the lantern felt like the beginning of a friendship that would last far beyond the valley itself. The image of Lyra remained upon the lantern, delicate, golden, alive with quiet detail. For a moment, Elias found himself smiling, not because the drawing was unexpected, because it felt correct. The lantern seemed to recognize significance before he did. Lyra glanced at the illustration and laughed softly. It has good taste. Elias laughed as well. The sound drifted gently through the pavilion. The blank lanterns overhead swayed in the breeze. Their paper panels remained untouched, waiting for stories only they could someday carry. Eventually, Lyra guided him beyond the pavilion. A narrow path wound through through a grove of silver-barked trees. Their leaves shimmered softly like moonlit glass. Floating lanterns moved between the branches. The sight created the impression of wandering stars exploring a forest. The path gradually climbed a hillside, and at its summit stood a building unlike any Elias had seen before. At first glance, it resembled an art gallery, yet the structure possessed no walls, only elegant archways supporting a sweeping roof of pale cedar. The entire building remained open to the landscape, open to the sky, open to possibility. A carved sign welcomed visitors, the gallery of unwritten tomorrows. The name alone invited curiosity. Elias stepped inside. The gallery contained hundreds of frames, large ones, small ones, circular, square, every frame beautifully crafted. Yet none contained paintings. All were empty. At least, they appeared empty at first. As Elias approached the nearest frame, something extraordinary happened. A faint image slowly emerged, not fixed, changing, a possibility. He saw himself seated beneath a flowering tree, writing within the pale blue journal he had received in the house of first pages. The vision lasted only a few moments, then faded, leaving the frame empty once more. Elias looked toward Lyra. She seemed unsurprised. Possibilities, she explained, not predictions. They continued deeper into the gallery. Frame after frame revealed gentle glimpses, potential futures, potential moments, not dramatic destinies, simple possibilities. One frame showed Mira laughing beside a lantern-lit terrace. Another showed Alara sharing tea beside the winter fire. A third revealed the old traveler beneath the cedar of all seasons. The images felt less like forecasts and more like invitations, reminders that life contained many beautiful paths, none guaranteed, all available. One frame remained empty longer than the others. Elias stopped before it. The cedar border surrounding it carried carvings of stars and lanterns. For several moments, nothing appeared. Then slowly, an image emerged, not of a place, not of an event. A doorway standing within the hidden library. Its familiar shelves stretched endlessly beyond. Warm lanterns floated through the midnight blue halls. The great crescent moon glowed overhead. The sight filled Elias with immediate affection. Home. The image shifted. The doorway stood open. Beyond it lay a landscape he did not recognize. Another journey, another story, another beginning. The frame faded, yet the feeling remained. Wonder. The gallery seemed to understand something important. The future was not a destination, waiting to be discovered. It was a collection of doors waiting to be opened, some large, some small, all meaningful in their own way. As twilight deepened across the valley, lanterns began glowing throughout the open-air gallery. Warm golden light reflected from polished cedar floors. The atmosphere became almost dreamlike. Visitors moved quietly among the frames, watching possibilities, considering futures, enjoying uncertainty rather than fearing it. Eventually, Elias and Lyra reached the far end of the building. There, overlooking the entire valley of living lanterns, stood a single empty frame, larger than all the others. Its cedar border carried no carvings, no decorations, only smooth wood. The frame overlooked the drifting lanterns below, the silver grass, the distant cedar hill, the endless sky. What belongs there? Elias asked. Lyra rested her hands lightly upon the railing. Her silver ribbons moved gently in the breeze. Nothing. The answer surprised him. She smiled. It stays empty on purpose. Elias looked at the frame again, waiting, listening, understanding. At last he smiled, because he finally understood. Not every possibility needed to be imagined. Not every future needed to be planned. Some doors were meant to remain unopened until the proper moment arrived. Some stories deserved room to surprise the traveler. The empty frame honored that mystery. The lantern in his hands glowed warmly. Star, book, lantern, Lyra. The images shimmered softly upon its surface. A story remembered, a story continuing, a story still unfolding. And standing beside the largest empty frame in the gallery of unwritten tomorrows, Elias felt something he had not felt since first entering the hidden library long ago. Not curiosity, not wonder, anticipation, gentle, peaceful, certain. The feeling that somewhere ahead, another beautiful chapter was already waiting to be discovered. The valley of living lanterns seemed even more beautiful after twilight. Floating lights drifted through silver grass. Lanterns glowed among distant trees. The sky deepened into rich shades of midnight blue. Stars appeared one by one overhead, not hurriedly, patiently, as though the evening itself were carefully arranging them. Elias and Lyra left the gallery of unwritten tomorrows sometime after sunset. Neither felt any urgency to return. The fifth path seemed designed for wandering, for discovering things gradually, without schedules, without destinations. The lantern in Elias's hands glowed softly as they followed a winding trail through the valley. Occasionally, another image appeared upon its surface. A sketchbook, a cedar tree, a teacup beside a snowy window. Small moments, meaningful moments. The lantern continued recording what mattered. Nothing more, nothing less. Eventually, the path climbed a gentle ridge, overlooking much of the realm. The view stretched for miles. Floating lanterns drifted like stars fallen to earth. Silver forests shimmered beneath moonlight. The cedar of all seasons stood upon its distant hill, ancient, steady, watching over everything. At the top of the ridge stood a structure Elias had never noticed before. A circular pavilion. Its roof appeared crafted from dark wood, polished smooth by time. No walls enclosed it. The night sky remained visible from every angle. Several lanterns glowed around its perimeter. Their light illuminated long tables covered with maps. Dozens of them. Large maps, small maps, rolled maps, folded maps, star charts, landscape sketches, navigation journals. The pavilion felt less like a study and more like a workshop for explorers. Lyra smiled immediately. Good. The response suggested familiarity. You know this place. I visit whenever I'm stuck. Elias looked around. The answer somehow made perfect sense. The pavilion seemed built for possibility, built for wondering what existed beyond the next horizon. At the center of the room rested the largest map. Its surface covered an enormous circular table. Elias approached, then stopped. The map depicted no land, no oceans, no roads, only stars. Thousands upon thousands of stars, each carefully drawn, each connected by faint silver lines. The chart resembled a night sky transformed into a journey. A small brass plaque rested beside the table, the map of unvisited stars. The name alone awakened curiosity. Elias leaned closer. Unlike ordinary constellations, these stars carried names. The quiet harbor, the garden of lost letters, the lighthouse of returning songs, the valley where rain learned music, the observatory of first snow. The names felt like stories waiting to happen, like doors not yet opened, like possibilities patiently awaiting discovery. A faint glow suddenly appeared upon the map. One star brightened, then another, then a third. The silver lines connecting them shimmered softly. Elias watched in fascination. What is it doing? Lyra stepped beside him. The lantern light reflected gently within her eyes. It's listening. The answer sounded impossible. Then again, so did floating lanterns, and valleys that recorded memories, and fifth doors hidden within tea houses. The map continued glowing. Additional stars brightened across its surface. The effect resembled pathways slowly revealing themselves. Not fixed routes, potential journeys, potential discoveries, potential stories. For several moments, neither spoke. Then Elias noticed something unexpected. One star near the center of the chart glowed brighter than all the others. Its light pulsed gently, warmly, almost familiarly, and directly beside it, written in elegant silver script, appeared a name: the Hidden Library. Elias blinked, then looked again. The words remained. The Hidden Library was on the map, not as a destination already visited, as a star connected to countless others, a beginning rather than an ending. The realization sent a quiet sense of wonder through him, because for the first time, he understood something the old traveler had been trying to teach. Every story was connected. Every path led somewhere. Every discovery became the beginning of another. Beside him, Lyra smiled knowingly, as though she had been waiting for that realization. And somewhere deep within the glowing map, a new route had already begun to reveal itself. The glowing pathways continued shifting across the map. Stars brightened, others faded, silver routes appeared and disappeared like thoughts moving through a dream. Nothing remained fixed for long. The chart seemed alive, not changing randomly, responding, listening. Elias found himself leaning closer. The names scattered across the map felt impossible to ignore. The Garden of Lost Letters, the Lighthouse of Returning Songs, the Valley where Rain learned music. Each sounded less like a location and more like the title of a story waiting patiently to be told. A soft sound drifted from the far side of the pavilion, the scratch of a pencil against paper, steady, unhurried. Elias turned. Until that moment, he had assumed the pavilion was empty. Now he noticed someone seated at a small desk near the edge of the structure. A woman, perhaps in her 60s, perhaps older. Age seemed difficult to determine. Her silver hair was gathered into a loose braid. Dozens of rolled maps surrounded her chair. Open journals covered the desk. Several lanterns glowed nearby. The woman continued sketching without looking up, as though visitors arriving was the most ordinary thing in the world. Lyra smiled immediately. Oh, good. Elias noticed a pattern emerging. Whenever someone in the fifth path said good, something interesting usually followed. The woman finally glanced upward. Warm eyes, ink stains on her fingers, the comfortable expression of someone who had spent a lifetime creating things. Lyra. The greeting carried obvious affection. Then her gaze shifted toward Elias and our newest lantern keeper. The title surprised him. The woman seemed amused by his reaction. They always look surprised. Elias laughed softly. The woman set down her pencil. My name is Seraphine. She gestured toward the countless maps surrounding her. Officially, I am the cartographer. Elias looked around. Of all this, Seraphine followed his gaze. The pavilion, the valley, the stars, the distant cedar hill. Then she smiled. Not exactly. The answer felt suspiciously familiar. The fifth path clearly enjoyed incomplete explanations. Seraphine rose from her chair. Several rolled charts moved slightly as she passed. The lantern light danced across their surfaces. She approached the central table. The map of unvisited stars continued glowing softly. Silver pathways shifted between constellations of possibilities. At length, Seraphine rested one hand upon the chart. I don't map places. Her fingers moved across the stars. I map invitations. The answer immediately captured Elias's attention. Invitations, not destinations. The distinction mattered. The cartographer seemed pleased by his expression. Most people spent their lives looking for answers. The fifth path seemed more interested in questions. What does that mean? Elias asked. Seraphine pointed toward one of the glowing stars. The Garden of Lost Letters. That isn't necessarily a location. She moved her hand toward another. The Observatory of First Snow. Then another. The Quiet Harbor. The stars represent experiences waiting to be discovered. The silver lines connecting them brightened softly. Some become places. Some become friendships. Some become lessons. Some become stories. The realization settled gently into place. The map was not charting geography. It was charting possibility. The entire pavilion suddenly made more sense. The journals, the sketches, the changing routes. None of it was about finding a destination. It was about noticing opportunities. Nearby, Lyra opened one of the rolled maps. The chart contained dozens of handwritten notes. Tiny observations filled the margins. Interesting conversation near the western lantern groves. Unexpected music heard after rainfall. Excellent tea discovered beside the northern bridge. Elias smiled. The notes felt wonderfully human. Seraphine noticed. The best maps always leave room for surprises. She spoke the sentence with complete certainty, like someone quoting an important rule. The map of unvisited stars brightened again. Several new pathways appeared. One silver route slowly connected the hidden library to another star near the edge of the chart. A star Elias had not previously noticed. Its name glowed softly. The Conservatory of Forgotten Melodies. The title carried immediate charm, warmth, wonder, music, the sort of destination capable of inspiring an entirely new story. Seraphine studied the route, then nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. Elias looked toward her. What is? The cartographer smiled, the kind of smile explorers probably recognized, the kind that appears when a new horizon reveals itself. It seems the map would like to show you something. The silver pathway brightened once more, and somewhere beyond the visible edge of possibility, another invitation had quietly begun to unfold. The silver pathway remained illuminated upon the map. Hidden library, a chain of softly glowing stars, and finally, the conservatory of forgotten melodies. The route seemed almost musical, less like a road, more like a melody connecting distant notes. Seraphine studied the chart quietly. Lyra stood beside her, observing the shifting constellations. Neither appeared surprised by the map's behavior, as though invitations revealed themselves every day. Perhaps they did. Elias found himself looking again at the name. The Conservatory of Forgotten Melodies. The words carried an unusual feeling. Not sadness, tenderness, the sort of emotion attached to things once loved and never truly lost, only misplaced. What is it? He asked. Seraphine smiled. The honest answer. Elias nodded. I don't know. The answer drew immediate laughter from Lyra. Apparently, it was not the first time. The cartographer folded her arms. The map reveals invitations. Her gaze settled upon the glowing route. It rarely explains them. The explanation felt perfectly consistent with everything he had experienced so far. The fifth path did not hand people answers. It handed them doors. Eventually, Seraphine rolled several charts together and secured them with ribbon. Then she selected a small lantern from a nearby shelf. Unlike most lanterns Elias had seen, this one emitted a pale silver light. Soft, moon-like, beautiful. The cartographer offered it to him. You'll need this. For what? Seraphine's smile widened. For listening. Unfortunately, that answer only generated additional questions. But before he could ask them, the map changed again. The silver pathway brightened. One star after another illuminated, leading away from the pavilion toward a distant region of the fifth path. The route appeared clear, not permanent, present, like a trail visible only for a short time. Lyra closed her sketchbook. Looks like we're traveling. The statement immediately pleased Elias more than he expected. The valley had become familiar, comfortable, yet the map was offering something new. A fresh discovery, a fresh wonder, and somehow presence of Lyra made the invitation feel even more welcoming. Together, they followed the glowing route. The path wound beyond the silver hills, beyond the floating lantern groves, beyond several landscapes Elias had never explored. The journey itself felt remarkably peaceful. Lanterns accompanied them through the night. Stars reflected within streams. Soft music occasionally drifted through the air, not from visible musicians. From somewhere farther ahead, the sound remained faint, almost impossible to identify. A melody half remembered, the sort of tune one recognizes emotionally before recognizing intellectually. Several times, Elias thought he nearly remembered it. Then it slipped away again. Hours passed comfortably. The fifth path seemed wonderfully suited to long walks. Eventually, they reached a broad valley surrounded by gentle hills. Moonlight covered the landscape. Silver grasses moved softly in the breeze. At the center of the valley stood an extraordinary building, or perhaps many buildings connected together. The architecture resembled a combination of conservatory, greenhouse, observatory, and music hall. Glass domes reflected starlight. Elegant towers rose above flowering gardens. Lanterns glowed behind crystal windows. The entire structure appeared built from moonlight and memory. Most remarkable of all were the sounds. Music drifted through the night air. Hundreds of melodies, some familiar, some entirely unknown. They floated through the gardens like living things, gentle, beautiful, weightless. Elias stopped walking. The sight immediately became one of the most memorable images he had encountered since entering the tea house between seasons. Moonlit glass domes, floating music, lantern-lit pathways, a valley filled with songs. Lyra smiled knowingly. "I had a feeling you'd like this one." The silver lantern Seraphine had provided began glowing slightly brighter, as though recognizing the destination. Near the entrance stood a carved stone arch. Golden letters shimmered across its surface. The Conservatory of Forgotten Melodies. Beneath the title appeared a smaller inscription. Every song remembers the heart that first carried it. The words lingered. Beautiful, gentle, true. For a moment, Elias simply listened. Some melodies sounded joyful, others peaceful, others carried the warmth of distant memories. None felt sad. Even the quietest songs carried comfort, like letters from old friends. Then, among the drifting melodies, he heard something unexpected. A tune so faint he almost missed it. A melody that seemed strangely familiar. Not because he had heard it before, because it felt connected to him somehow. The silver lantern brightened once more, and for reasons he could not explain, Elias sensed that the conservatory had already begun recognizing him. The silver lantern continued glowing as Elias and Lyra entered the conservatory of forgotten melodies. Warm moonlight filtered through crystal domes overhead. Glass pathways connected elegant halls. Flowering vines climbed along silver arches, and everywhere music drifted gently through the air, not performed, present, as though melodies themselves had chosen to live here. The sensation was unlike anything Elias had experienced before. The tea house between seasons had preserved wisdom. The valley of living lanterns had preserved stories. The conservatory seemed devoted to preserving something even more delicate. Feelings, memories carried through sound. The silver lantern pulsed softly in his hand. Once, twice, then settled, as though guiding him. Together, they followed a winding corridor, lined with crystal panels. Each panel contained swirling streams of light, golden, silver, pale blue. The lights moved gently, like ribbons carried by water. As Elias approached the nearest panel, a melody emerged. Simple, warm, comforting. Instantly, he pictured a rainy afternoon beside a fireplace. A cup of tea, a favorite book. The feeling arrived before the memory, the emotion before the explanation. The experience fascinated him. Lyra noticed the conservatory stores melodies differently. How? She touched one of the crystal panels. The songs remember feelings first. The answer fit perfectly. Many people forgot details, names, dates, places. Yet they remembered how moments made them feel. The conservatory seemed built upon that truth. They continued deeper inside. The central dome proved even more remarkable. Hundreds of crystal threads stretched overhead, suspended beneath the glass ceiling like constellations. Each thread carried a melody, not audible all at once, only when approached. Visitors wandered quietly through the hall, listening, remembering, smiling. The atmosphere felt peaceful beyond description. Not silence, harmony. At the center of the dome stood a circular fountain. Instead of water, silver light flowed through its basin. Tiny notes drifted upward from the glowing surface, rising like fireflies, then dissolving into the air. Elias stood beside the fountain, watching, listening. The silver lantern brightened again. A familiar melody floated across the dome, soft, gentle, almost hesitant. The moment it reached him, something stirred inside his memory. Not a complete recollection. Fragments, a feeling, a distant evening, the scent of old books, warm lantern light, the hidden library. The melody seemed connected to to his earliest days there, to the wonder he had felt upon first discovering endless shelves and floating lanterns. The song carried no words, yet somehow it remembered that feeling perfectly. The sensation brought an unexpected smile, not nostalgia, gratitude. The conservatory was not preserving the past. It was preserving what the past had given him. Across the dome, Lyra watched quietly, understanding without explanation. The melody gradually faded, but the warmth remained. The silver lantern responded immediately. New illustrations appeared upon its surface. A musical note, a crystal dome, a fountain of silver light. The lantern had recorded another meaningful moment. The story continued growing, one memory at a time, one lesson at a time, one wonder at a time. Eventually, an elderly caretaker approached. His robes carried embroidered stars and musical symbols. A small tuning fork hung from a silver chain around his neck. His smile possessed the calm kindness Elias had begun expecting from remarkable places. "Your lantern is listening well." Elias glanced down. The caretaker nodded approvingly. Many travelers arrive searching for forgotten songs. His eyes reflected the crystal lights overhead. The wisest eventually discover something else. What? The caretaker looked toward the floating notes rising from the fountain. They discover that beautiful things are never truly lost. The answer settled gently within the dome, like another note joining a melody. The idea felt deeply connected to everything the tea house between seasons had taught. Memories, friendships, lessons, wonder. Even when unseen, they remained part of the traveler, part of the story, part of who they became. Later that evening, Elias and Lyra stepped outside onto one of the elevated terraces. The conservatory glowed behind them. Crystal domes shimmered beneath starlight. Music drifted softly across the valley. The scene felt almost impossibly beautiful. Below, lantern-lit gardens stretched across the moonlit landscape. Silver pathways wound between flowering trees. Melodies floated through the night air like gentle companions. Elias rested his hands upon the terrace railing. For several minutes, neither spoke. There was no need. The view seemed capable of carrying its own conversation. At last, Lyra looked toward the stars. "Do you know what I like most about this place?" Elias shook his head. "The songs never belong to only one person." Her silver ribbons moved softly in the breeze. "They travel." The answer felt important. Stories traveled, lessons traveled, wonder traveled, music traveled too. Everything meaningful eventually became part of something larger. The realization carried the same quiet wisdom as the cedar of all seasons. Connections, not endings, not beginnings. Connections. Above them, stars filled the sky. Behind them, melodies drifted through crystal halls. And somewhere within the growing illustrations upon his lantern, another chapter of the journey had quietly found its place. The following morning began with music. Not loud music, not even visible music. A melody drifted through the open windows of the guest pavilion where Elias and Lyra had spent the night. Soft, gentle, like sunlight translated into sound. Elias awoke slowly. The conservatory of forgotten melodies shimmered beneath the early morning sky outside. Crystal domes reflected pale gold light. Lanterns still glowed along garden paths. The entire valley appeared suspended between dream and waking. For several moments, he simply listened. The melody felt unfamiliar, yet comforting, as though it had been waiting patiently for someone to notice it. Eventually, he stepped outside. Morning mist drifted through the gardens. Silver flowers carried droplets of dew. Crystal walkways sparkled beneath the first touch of sunlight. The world seemed newly washed, newly quiet. Near one of the terraces, Lyra sat sketching. A steaming cup rested beside her notebook. Without looking up, she smiled. "Good morning." Elias laughed softly. "How did you know it was me?" "You walk like someone who stops to admire trees." The answer felt strangely accurate. He accepted it. Lyra closed her sketchbook. The silver ribbons woven through her dark hair caught the morning light. Then her gaze shifted toward the lantern he carried. Immediately her expression brightened. "Ah." Elias looked down. Another illustration had appeared during the night. A lighthouse, tiny, delicately drawn. Its lantern glowed faintly upon the paper panel. The image seemed fresh, new, almost eager. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Lyra nodded. "I know where we're going." The statement carried enough confidence to immediately spark curiosity. They left the conservatory shortly after breakfast. The silver lantern gifted by Seraphine accompanied them. The map pavilion lay behind them now, yet somehow the route still seemed visible, not through glowing pathways, through intuition, the sort that developed after spending enough time paying attention. The landscape gradually changed as they traveled. Silver forests gave way to rolling hills. The hills gave way to open meadows. The meadows eventually opened onto high cliffs, overlooking an endless sea of clouds. Elias stopped walking. The view stole his breath. Clouds stretched beyond the horizon, layer upon layer of white and gold. Sunlight poured across them like liquid radiance, The sea appeared calm, timeless, infinite. Far below, cloud shadows drifted slowly across hidden valleys, and standing upon a distant cliff beyond the clouds, a lighthouse, tall, elegant, impossible to ignore. Its white stone tower rose toward the sky. Golden lantern light shone from its crown, despite the daylight. The sight immediately felt significant, not because it was grand, because it seemed to be waiting exactly as the fifth door had waited, waiting exactly as the cedar tree had waited, waiting exactly as every meaningful discovery seemed to wait. Patiently, the path curved toward it, following the edge of the cloud sea. The closer they moved, the more extraordinary the structure became. The lighthouse was not built beside water. It overlooked possibility. Clouds flowed beneath it, like an endless ocean of futures. The image lingered in Elias's mind, powerful, memorable, the sort of scene he suspected travelers remembered for years afterward. Near the entrance stood a weathered sign. Its lettering shimmered softly beneath the morning sun. The lighthouse at the edge of tomorrow. Beneath the title appeared a smaller inscription. For those learning to trust horizons they cannot yet see. Elias read the sentence twice, then looked toward the endless cloud sea below. And somewhere deep within him, curiosity awakened once again. The lighthouse stood at the very edge of the cliffs. Beyond it stretched only clouds, endless clouds, soft white rivers of mist flowing beneath sunlight. The sight felt peaceful rather than overwhelming, as though the world had become simpler. Land behind, possibility ahead. Elias and Lyra followed the stone path toward the entrance. Wildflowers grew between the paving stones. Golden grasses swayed beside the cliffs. The lighthouse itself appeared older than many of the places Elias had visited within the fifth path. Not worn, loved, the sort of place maintained carefully across many years. The white stone tower carried small carvings around its base. Lanterns, stars, open books, compass roses, clouds, symbols of travelers, symbols of journeys. The great lantern chamber above rotated slowly. Its golden light swept across the cloud sea, even in daylight, not because anyone needed guidance at that moment, because guidance was simply what the lighthouse did. At the entrance stood a wooden door, painted deep blue. The color reminded Elias, unexpectedly, of the hidden library, of midnight shelves, of floating lanterns, of beginnings. The door opened before either of them knocked. A woman stepped outside, perhaps 50 years old, perhaps older. Like many people of the fifth path, age seemed less important than presence. Her silver blonde hair was gathered loosely behind her shoulders. A navy cloak rested over simple travel clothes. Around her neck hung a brass compass, not decorative, used, the sort of object carried for many years. Her eyes immediately settled upon Elias's lantern. Then she smiled warmly, knowingly. You found your way. The greeting sounded less like surprise and more like confirmation. Lyra grinned. We usually do. The woman laughed softly. A fair point. She stepped aside. Please come in. The interior of the lighthouse felt remarkably cozy. Nothing grand, nothing ceremonial. Books lined the walls. Comfortable chairs rested near wide windows. Maps occupied several tables. A kettle quietly steamed beside a fireplace. The atmosphere reminded Elias of 3 different places at once: the hidden library, the tea house between seasons, and the home of a traveler who expected guests. The combination felt immediately comforting. The woman introduced herself as Aurelia. Then she poured tea for everyone. Only after everyone had settled comfortably beside the windows did she speak again. I assume you're wondering why your lantern brought you here. Elias nodded. Aurelia glanced toward the clouds beyond the glass. The endless sea stretched toward the horizon. Beautiful, unreachable, inviting. People often think horizons exist to be reached. Her fingers rested lightly around her teacup. They don't. The answer immediately captured his attention. Aurelia smiled. I know. She looked delighted by his confusion. Most travelers spend years trying to arrive at the horizon. Sunlight drifted across the room, golden and warm. But horizons aren't destinations. Her gaze moved toward the cloud sea. They are invitations. The word echoed something Seraphine had said. Invitations. Possibilities, not destinations. The 5th path seemed fond of that distinction. Aurelia rose and crossed toward a large circular window. The clouds beyond glowed softly beneath the afternoon light. Every meaningful journey begins because something beyond the horizon calls to us. She looked back toward them. Curiosity, wonder, hope. The lighthouse lantern rotated slowly overhead. Its golden light drifted across the cloud sea. You don't need to see the entire journey. Her voice carried the calm certainty of someone who had lived the lesson herself. You only need enough light for the next step. The words settled quietly within Elias. Simple, yet powerful. Unexpectedly, he thought about the hidden library, the first door, the first invitation, the first step. He had never known where those journeys would lead. And yet, every meaningful experience had begun because because he chose to walk forward anyway. Aurelia seemed to notice the realization. Exactly. Elias blinked. I didn't say anything. You didn't need to. The answer felt perfectly at home, inside the fifth path. Outside, clouds drifted endlessly toward distant horizons. Inside, the lighthouse remained warm and peaceful. And for the first time, Elias began to understand that perhaps the purpose of uncertainty was not to frighten travelers. Perhaps it existed to make wonder possible. Aurelia eventually crossed to a nearby shelf. There she removed a small object wrapped in blue cloth. Returning to the table, she placed it gently before Elias. The bundle was surprisingly light. Carefully, he unfolded the cloth. Inside rested a tiny brass compass, no larger than his palm, beautifully crafted. Its surface carried familiar symbols: stars, lanterns, books, clouds. The needle moved briefly, then became still, pointing nowhere, or perhaps everywhere. Elias looked up. Aurelia's smile widened. Good. The word immediately made him suspicious. People in the fifth path only said good when something interesting was about to happen. Aurelia nodded toward the compass. That one doesn't point toward places. Elias already knew he was going to like the answer, and he was equally certain it was about to create even more questions. Elias turned the small brass compass slowly within his hands. The needle remained perfectly still. Not north, not south, not east, not west. Simply still. The instrument appeared beautifully crafted. Its brass surface carried tiny engravings of stars, lanterns, books, clouds, and pathways. The symbols seemed strangely familiar now, as though the fifth path had been quietly teaching a language all along. Aurelia watched with obvious amusement. It isn't broken. Elias smiled. I was wondering. Most people do. The lighthouse keeper settled back into her chair. Outside the windows, clouds drifted endlessly toward distant horizons. Golden sunlight flowed across them in slow-moving rivers. The view made it wonderfully easy to think, or simply to sit quietly and watch. Both seemed equally acceptable here. At length, Aurelia gestured toward the compass. Try holding it while thinking about somewhere you'd like to go. Elias glanced down. A place. The lighthouse keeper tilted her head. Not necessarily. The answer immediately complicated things, which was probably intentional. After a moment, Elias closed his eyes. He considered the question carefully. Where would he like to go? The hidden library immediately came to mind. But that felt too simple, too obvious. Instead, he found himself thinking about something else. The feeling he experienced whenever a new door appeared, the moment before a journey began, the wonder of discovery, the quiet excitement of possibility. The compass warmed slightly in his hands, not dramatically, just enough to notice. Elias smiled. "Now open your eyes." Elias did. The needle had moved, slowly, gracefully, until it pointed toward one of the lighthouse windows, toward the horizon, toward the endless sea of clouds. His curiosity deepened immediately. "What does that mean?" Aurelia folded her hands comfortably. "It means you're paying attention." The answer sounded suspiciously incomplete. She laughed. "The compass doesn't point toward destinations." Sunlight reflected softly across the brass surface. "It points toward the things you're ready to discover." The words lingered, not where he wanted to go, what he was ready to discover. The distinction felt important. The compass was not navigating geography. It was navigating growth, possibility, curiosity. The realization reminded him of the lantern, the map of unvisited stars, the valley of living lanterns. The fifth path seemed remarkably uninterested in ordinary directions. Nearby, Lyra studied the compass with obvious affection. "I love these things. You have one." She reached into her coat pocket. Moments later, she revealed her own brass compass. Older, slightly worn, its edges polished smooth by years of use. The sight immediately made Elias smile. Of course, she carried one. The compass seemed perfectly suited to her. "What does yours point toward?" Lyra looked toward the horizon, then toward the floating clouds below. Finally, she answered, "Interesting people." The response made Aurelia laugh. The lighthouse keeper nodded approvingly. "An excellent direction." Lyra looked delighted by the compliment. Elias found himself laughing as well. The atmosphere inside the lighthouse remained wonderfully relaxed. No lessons, no lectures, only conversation, only discovery, the sort of learning that happened naturally, like sunlight entering a room. Eventually, Aurelia rose and guided them up a spiral staircase. The steps wound gently through the tower. Higher and higher, windows appeared at regular intervals, each offering increasingly breathtaking views. Clouds stretched endlessly in every direction. The higher they climbed, the more the world resembled a dream. At last, they reached the lantern chamber. The room occupied the top of the lighthouse. Glass surrounded it on every side. The enormous golden beacon rotated slowly above. Its warm light swept across the horizon. The view was extraordinary. Clouds, sky, sunlight, distance, wonder. Every direction seemed filled with possibility. possibility. Aurelier rested one hand upon the railing, encircling the beacon. People think this lighthouse exists to help travelers find their way. The golden light moved across the room. The compass in Elias's hand reflected it beautifully. The lighthouse keeper smiled. "It doesn't." Elias laughed softly. "Of course it doesn't." Aurelia seemed pleased by the answer. "It exists to remind them that they already know how." The words settled into the quiet chamber. Below them, the sea of clouds drifted endlessly toward unseen horizons. Above them, sunlight painted the sky with gold and silver, and standing within the lantern room at the very edge of tomorrow, Elias realized that every invitation he had accepted had begun the same way. Not with certainty, with trust. Trust that the next step would reveal itself when the moment arrived. Trust that wonder was worth following. Trust that not seeing the entire path did not mean the path was absent. The compass warmed gently once more. Elias looked down. A new illustration had appeared upon his lantern. A lighthouse, and beside it, a compass, both glowing softly among the growing collection of meaningful symbols. The lantern remembered, the compass invited, and somewhere beyond the horizon, another possibility had already begun waiting. The afternoon passed slowly within the lighthouse. No one seemed interested in hurrying. The sea of clouds beyond the windows changed constantly. New shapes emerged. New shadows formed. New rivers of light drifted across the white expanse. Yet somehow the landscape always remained peaceful. Elias spent much of the day near the lantern chamber, sometimes speaking with Aurelia, sometimes listening, sometimes simply watching horizons unfold. The lighthouse possessed a rare quality. It made uncertainty feel welcoming, as though not knowing was not a problem to solve, only a doorway yet to be opened. Late in the afternoon, Aurelia invited them onto an exterior balcony that circled the upper tower. The view immediately stole what little attention remained available. Clouds stretched endlessly beneath them. The sky above glowed with soft gold. Far in the distance, sunlight illuminated entire mountains of mist. The effect resembled islands floating upon an ocean of light. For several minutes, nobody spoke. The scene deserved silence. Eventually, Aurelier rested both hands upon the stone railing. Most travelers arrive here with questions. The breeze moved gently through her silver blonde hair. They usually leave with better ones. Lyra laughed softly. "That sounds accurate." Aurelia smiled, the sort of smile belonging to someone who had repeated the observation many times. Elias considered the statement. Questions had guided almost every stage of his journey. Questions opened doors. Questions invited wonder. Questions encouraged discovery. Perhaps certainty was not always the goal. Perhaps curiosity itself possessed value. The realization felt unexpectedly freeing. Below them, the cloud sea continued its endless journey, never stopping, never arriving, always becoming something new. Aurelia eventually pointed toward the western horizon. At first, Elias saw nothing unusual, only clouds, distance, sunlight. Then gradually he noticed it, a faint glow, far beyond the visible edge of the world, soft, golden, almost impossible to distinguish from the sky itself, yet undeniably present. "What is it?" he asked. The lighthouse keeper studied the distant radiance, then smiled. "An excellent question." Elias laughed. He should have expected that answer. Fortunately, Aurelia continued, "Nobody knows." The response somehow felt even more perfect. She looked genuinely delighted by the mystery. People have been wondering about it for a very long time. The glow remained visible upon the horizon, not bright enough to dominate the sky, only enough to invite curiosity, only enough to suggest possibility, the sort of light one notices while traveling, the sort of light that encourages another step, another journey, another story. For a long while, they simply watched it. The distant radiance never moved closer, never faded. It merely existed, patiently, comfortably, like a promise that did not require immediate fulfillment. As sunset approached, the lighthouse lantern awakened fully. Golden light flooded the chamber above. The great beacon began its evening rotation, sweeping across the clouds, across the horizon, across countless unseen journeys. The transformation was breathtaking. Clouds beneath the tower reflected gold and amber. The sky deepened into shades of rose and violet. Stars began appearing overhead, one by one. The moment felt less like evening and more like a celebration of transitions, a celebration of endings becoming beginnings, a celebration of horizons. Elias rested against the railing. His lantern glowed softly beside him. Star, book, lantern, lyra, music, compass, lighthouse. The growing illustrations covered much of its surface now. The story continued, taking shape. Not finished, never rushed, simply unfolding. Nearby, Aurelia removed a small journal from her pocket. The pages appeared well-loved, many years old. She opened it carefully, then tore out a single sheet. The page contained only one sentence. written in elegant handwriting. She handed it to Elias. Curious, he read the words. The horizon is not where the story ends. It is where the story learns to continue. The sentence lingered, simple, beautiful, true. The lighthouse keeper folded the remaining journal closed, then looked toward the distant glow, still resting beyond the western clouds. You'll understand that one later. Her voice carried quiet certainty. Not prediction, trust. The same trust she encouraged in every traveler who arrived here. The same trust carried within the compass. The same trust hidden within every unopened door. Darkness gradually settled across the cloud sea. The lighthouse lantern continued shining. The distant glow remained visible. Stars multiplied overhead. And standing at the edge of tomorrow, beside a lighthouse built for horizons rather than destinations, Elias felt something shifting gently within him. Not a lesson, not an answer, a readiness, the feeling that whatever invitation came next, he would recognize it, just as he always had, just as he always would. The following morning arrived beneath a sky of pearl and gold. Clouds drifted peacefully below the lighthouse. Sunlight touched distant horizons. The mysterious glow beyond the western sky had faded from view, yet its presence somehow remained. Not physically, emotionally, like a question waiting patiently for the proper moment. Elias and Lyra departed shortly after breakfast. Aurelia accompanied them to the entrance. The lighthouse keeper carried her usual calm smile, the sort belonging to someone entirely comfortable with uncertainty. Before they left, she handed Elias a small folded card. No explanation, no instructions, simply a card. Naturally, this guaranteed that he would become curious about it. Aurelia seemed aware of this, very aware. You'll know when to open it. Elias laughed. Everyone here enjoys mysteries. The lighthouse keeper looked genuinely surprised. Do we? Lyra nearly laughed into her tea. Moments later, they began the journey back along the cliffside path. Golden grasses swayed in the breeze. Clouds flowed endlessly below. The world felt unusually bright, not because anything had changed, because Elias had changed. Small lessons were beginning to connect, like stars joining a constellation, like notes becoming a melody, like separate invitations becoming a journey. Hours later, the landscape gradually shifted. The cliffs disappeared. The cloud sea faded behind rolling hills. Silver forests returned. Lantern groves appeared once more. The familiar beauty of the fifth path welcomed them back. Yet something felt different. The realm seemed less mysterious now, not because it contained fewer wonders, because it felt more like home. Late in the afternoon, they reached a crossroads. 4 paths met beneath an enormous archway woven from flowering vines. The structure had not been there before. At least Elias was reasonably certain it had not. A small wooden sign hung from the arch. The writing shimmered softly. "Visitors welcome." Below the message appeared a second line. "Especially unexpected ones." Lyra smiled immediately. Oh, the single word contained obvious recognition. Elias had learned to be cautious. Whenever someone in the 5th path reacted this way, "You know where we are." "Maybe." That answer inspired absolutely no confidence. Beyond the archway stretched a quiet lane lined with lanterns and flowering trees. The path curved gently over a hill. Something about it felt inviting, comfortable, almost familiar. They followed it. The lane eventually opened into a broad meadow filled with wildflowers. At its center stood a house. Not a palace, not a tower, not a magical observatory. A house, large enough to be welcoming, small enough to feel personal. Its architecture seemed impossible to categorize. Parts resembled a cottage, parts resembled a library, parts resembled a greenhouse, parts resembled a traveler's inn. Every addition appeared to have been built lovingly over many years, as though the house had grown rather than been constructed. Lanterns hung beneath the eaves. Flower boxes filled every window. Several chimneys released gentle streams of smoke. The sight immediately created a feeling of belonging. Not grandeur, warmth, and perhaps most remarkable of all, the front door stood wide open, waiting, just as though someone had been expecting them. The front door remained open, not dramatically, not ceremonially, simply open, like the door of a home expecting friends. A warm glow spilled onto the meadow path. The scent of fresh bread drifted through the air. Somewhere inside, a clock ticked softly. The entire scene felt wonderfully ordinary, which somehow made it extraordinary. After so many observatories, lantern valleys, crystal conservatories, and cloud-top lighthouses, there was something deeply comforting about a simple house. Lyra smiled. "I've always liked this place." The statement immediately increased Elias's curiosity. "You've been here before." "A few times." That answer explained absolutely nothing, which seemed perfectly appropriate. Together they approached the entrance. The house grew even more charming up close. Flowering vines climbed stone walls. Small lanterns hung beneath wooden beams. Birdhouses occupied several garden trees. Every detail suggested care, attention, welcome. the sort of place created slowly rather than designed. Near the doorway hung a brass plaque. Its lettering appeared handwritten. The house built from invitations. Elias paused. The title felt familiar somehow, not because he had heard it before, because it connected naturally with everything he had experienced across the fifth path. Invitations, possibilities, open doors, unexpected paths. The theme had followed him everywhere. Inside, the entrance hall opened into a surprisingly large interior. Sunlight streamed through tall windows. Bookshelves lined several walls. Comfortable chairs occupied reading corners. Plants thrived beside staircases. Lanterns glowed overhead, despite the afternoon light. The atmosphere felt halfway between a home and a gathering place, a place where stories arrived and stayed the moment they entered. A cheerful voice echoed from somewhere deeper inside. "You're late." The statement carried no annoyance whatsoever, only affection. Moments later, a woman appeared around the corner, perhaps 40 years old. Dark curls gathered loosely behind her shoulders. A flour-dusted apron rested over comfortable clothing. She carried a wooden tray filled with pastries, and somehow managed to look entirely unsurprised by unexpected visitors. "Hello, Lyra." The greeting arrived first. Then her gaze shifted toward Elias. "And hello to whoever this is." "Elias, the pleasure." She balanced the tray effortlessly. "I'm Juniper." The introduction felt immediate and welcoming, very much like meeting an old friend one had somehow never met before. Juniper handed each of them a pastry. No questions, no explanations, no formalities, simply hospitality. The house seemed to operate according to its own priorities, and food ranked highly among them. The pastry proved excellent, warm, light, perfectly sweet. Juniper appeared pleased by their reactions. Good. Elias immediately became suspicious. Far too many interesting people used that word. Juniper laughed. "You've been spending time with Aurelia." The observation startled him. "How did you know?" Same expression. Apparently, lighthouse keepers had a reputation. Juniper guided them through the house. Each room seemed different, yet connected. A reading room filled with travel journals. A sunroom overflowing with plants gathered from distant places. A music room containing instruments from countless journeys. A map room decorated with sketches and letters. Every space felt lived in, loved, useful. Most surprising of all were the small plaques beside many doorways. Each carried a short inscription. One read for conversations that arrive unexpectedly. Another said, for ideas still deciding what they want to become. Another for stories looking for listeners. The house seemed designed around experiences rather than functions, as though rooms existed to support moments, not activities. Elias found himself smiling repeatedly. The concept felt both whimsical and wise. Eventually, Juniper opened a pair of cedar doors. Beyond them stretched the largest room in the house. The ceiling soared high above. Windows overlooked the surrounding meadow. Hundreds of comfortable chairs occupied the space, some large, some small, some beside fireplaces, some beside bookshelves, some beside windows. Every chair was different. Every chair appeared inviting, and every chair faced the center of the room, where a single empty chair waited. The sight immediately captured Elias's attention, not because it was grand, because it felt important. The empty chair carried the same energy as the blank lantern, the same energy as the empty frame in the gallery. Potential, invitation, space waiting for the right story. Juniper noticed his expression. Most people ask about that chair. Elias looked toward her. What is it for? The hostess smiled, the kind of smile suggesting the answer mattered. A guest who hasn't arrived yet. The words settled gently into the room. Around them, sunlight streamed through tall windows. The meadow swayed beyond the glass, and for reasons he could not fully explain, Elias found the answer unexpectedly beautiful. Not because the chair was empty, because someone believed it would not remain empty forever. The large gathering room remained quiet after Juniper's explanation. Sunlight pooled across polished wooden floors. Lanterns glowed softly among the bookshelves. Beyond the tall windows, wildflowers moved gently beneath the afternoon breeze. Everything about the room encouraged people to stay a while, to listen, to share, to belong. Elias found himself looking again at the empty chair. The chair itself was not remarkable. Simple cedar, comfortable cushions, a blanket folded neatly across one arm. Yet somehow it felt different from the others. Not more important, more expectant, as though it was participating in a story of its own. Juniper followed his gaze. It confuses people. I can understand why. She laughed softly. Most visitors assume it's reserved. Isn't it? No. The answer arrived immediately. Without hesitation, Juniper folded her hands comfortably. It simply waits. The distinction felt important. The chair was not saving a place for a specific person. It was preserving a welcome, a place where someone might someday belong. The thought lingered warmly. After all, much of the fifth path seemed built upon that same idea. Open doors, unwritten pages, blank lanterns, empty frames, and now an empty chair. Potential appeared everywhere, not as absence, as invitation. For a long while, they explored the rest of the house. Each room revealed another small wonder. Not spectacular wonders, human wonders, comforting wonders. In one room, shelves held journals left behind by travelers. Short entries, thoughts, reflections, observations. No names appeared, only moments. One journal page read, "Today, I discovered that curiosity feels lighter when shared." Another said, "The journey became easier after I stopped trying to arrive." Another simply contained, "Excellent tea, beautiful clouds." Elias smiled. That one felt especially honest. In another room, framed letters covered the walls. Some addressed friends, some addressed future travelers, some addressed nobody in particular. Yet every letter shared the same quality: hope. The house seemed to collect encouragement the way libraries collected books. Further along, they discovered a room filled entirely with windows. No furniture, no decorations, only windows, each overlooking a different view. Silver forests, lantern meadows, distant hills, flower gardens, cloud-touched mountains. The room felt like a celebration of perspective. Juniper explained that some visitors spent entire afternoons there, simply choosing views, simply sitting, simply noticing. Elias understood immediately. Near sunset, they returned to the great gathering room. Golden light filled the space. The empty chair still waited near the center. Unhurried, patient. Several guests had arrived during the afternoon. A traveling painter, a gardener carrying seeds from distant valleys, a musician visiting from the conservatory. None seemed surprised by one another. The house, built from invitations, appeared to attract people the way lanterns attracted light. Naturally, comfortably, without effort. As evening approached, everyone gathered within the room. Tea appeared, pastries appeared, additional blankets appeared. The entire house seemed remarkably skilled at anticipating comfort. Stories gradually began to flow. Nothing dramatic, nothing grand. A painter described a sunset reflected within a mountain lake. A gardener shared news of unusual blossoms discovered beside a hidden stream. A musician spoke about melodies that seemed to arrive with the rain. Each story felt small, yet meaningful. The room listened carefully, not because the stories were extraordinary, because the people telling them mattered. The realization touched Elias unexpectedly. Throughout the fifth path, he had encountered remarkable places, yet this house celebrated something different. People, the journeys carried by people, the quiet experiences that shaped them, the friendships formed along the way. As the evening deepened, lantern light replaced sunlight. Warm golden illumination filled the gathering room. Outside, stars appeared above the meadow. Inside, stories continued. Then, just as another guest finished speaking, something unexpected happened. A gentle knock echoed from the front door. The room fell quiet, not from concern, from curiosity. Juniper smiled immediately, the sort of smile one wears when a favorite moment finally arrives. Slowly she rose, crossed the room, and opened the door. Cool evening air drifted inside. For a brief moment, Elias could not see who stood outside. Then the newcomer stepped forward into the lantern light. A traveler, young, carrying a weathered satchel, clearly tired from a long journey, clearly uncertain whether they had arrived at the right place. The room remained silent, warm, welcoming. Juniper stepped aside and gestured toward the gathering room, toward the people, toward the stories, toward the single empty chair waiting patiently near the center. At that moment, Elias finally understood. The chair had never been waiting for a specific person. It had been waiting for whoever needed it next. And somehow, that made the room feel even more beautiful than before. For a moment, nobody spoke. The traveler stood quietly in the doorway. Lantern light spilled across the entrance hall. The meadow breeze carried the scent of evening flowers into the house. Everything felt wonderfully still, not awkward, not uncertain, welcoming. The young traveler looked from face to face, clearly surprised, clearly tired, and perhaps a little overwhelmed by finding an entire room waiting with warm tea, comfortable chairs, and friendly smiles. Juniper broke the silence first. "You must be hungry." The traveler blinked, then laughed softly. "A little. Excellent." Juniper seemed delighted by this information. Within moments, a cup of tea appeared. A plate of pastries appeared. And somehow, a blanket appeared as well. The house, built from invitations, possessed remarkable efficiency where comfort was concerned. The traveler settled into the empty chair, the chair that had waited all day, the chair that had waited without expectation, the chair that had simply trusted someone would eventually need it. The room seemed complete now, not because the chair was occupied, because someone had been welcomed. Conversation gradually resumed. Stories continued flowing through the gathering room. Yet something had changed. A subtle shift, a gentle fulfillment. The empty chair had represented possibility. Now it represented belonging. The transition felt quietly meaningful. Elias found himself watching the newcomer occasionally, not out of curiosity, out of recognition. The traveler reminded him of himself, a little uncertain, a little tired, standing at the beginning of something beautiful without fully realizing it yet. The realization carried warmth because every meaningful friendship began that way. Every story, every invitation, someone arrived, someone was welcomed, and the journey continued. Hours later, after many stories and much laughter, the gathering slowly dispersed. Guests drifted toward bedrooms, guest cottages, reading nooks, and quiet corners of the house. Lanterns glowed softly throughout the halls. The atmosphere became wonderfully peaceful. Elias stepped outside onto the front porch. The meadow stretched beneath starlight. Wildflowers shimmered silver in the moonlight. The night air felt cool and comfortable. A moment later, Lyra joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs. One quickly found its way into Elias's hands. "Thank you. You're welcome." For a time, they simply watched the meadow. The 5th path seemed especially beautiful at night, not because its wonders disappeared, because they softened. The world felt gentler after dark, more reflective, more intimate. Eventually, Lyra spoke. "Do you know what makes this house different?" Elias considered the question. "The people, partly." She wrapped both hands around her mug. "The other places teach something. The cedar of all seasons, the conservatory, the lighthouse." The observation felt accurate. Each location carried a lesson, a perspective, a gift. The house does too. Elias looked toward her. "What does it teach?" Lyra smiled. The meadow reflected softly within her eyes. That wonder becomes better when shared. The answer lingered, simple, yet undeniably true. Many of his favorite memories now involved other people. Mira, Alara, the old traveler, Seraphine, Orlia, Juniper, Lyra. The places mattered. The people mattered too. Perhaps even more. The realization felt like another thread connecting the journey together. Not separate adventures. One growing story. Above them, stars filled the sky. Thousands of tiny lights, connected in ways not always visible. The image reminded him of the map of unvisited stars. Every star part of something larger. Every path connected. Every invitation leading toward another. A soft glow suddenly caught his attention. Elias looked down. The lantern. Several new illustrations had appeared. Juniper. The empty chair. The welcoming doorway. The lantern seemed almost full now. Its paper panels carried memories from every corner of the 5th path. Stories, friendships, lessons, discoveries. The lantern had become a map of its own, not a map showing where he had traveled, a map showing what had mattered. The thought remained with him long after they returned inside. Later that night, as the house grew quiet, Elias settled into a guest room overlooking the meadow. A lantern glowed upon the bedside table. Moonlight filtered through the curtains. The room felt peaceful, safe, comfortable. Sleep approached gradually, yet before drifting off, he remembered the folded card Aurelia had given him. The card he had not opened. The card she insisted he would understand later. Curious, he retrieved it from his satchel. The paper had remained untouched since leaving the lighthouse. Carefully, he unfolded it. Only a single sentence appeared inside. When the invitations begin connecting, follow the path home. The words immediately awakened something. Not urgency, recognition, the feeling of a puzzle piece quietly sliding into place. The lantern beside the bed glowed warmly. The stars shone beyond the window, and somewhere deep within the fifth path, another path had just revealed itself. Not outward, homeward. The next stage of the journey had begun. Morning arrived quietly at the house built from invitations. Sunlight spilled across the meadow. Wildflowers glowed with dew. Birdsong drifted through open windows. The house seemed reluctant to wake quickly, as though it understood the value of gentle beginnings. Elias stood on the front porch with a cup of tea warming his hands. The meadow stretched peacefully before him. A soft breeze moved through the flowers. Lanterns hanging beneath the eaves still glowed faintly from the night before. Everything felt calm, complete. Not finished, complete. The distinction mattered. Behind him, the house gradually came to life. Footsteps, laughter, the scent of fresh bread, someone humming a melody from the conservatory, the comforting sounds of people beginning another day. Yet something felt different this morning. A quiet awareness, the same feeling he experienced before opening a new door in the hidden library, the same feeling he felt standing beneath the cedar of all seasons, the same feeling that appeared whenever a meaningful chapter approached its turning point. The lantern hanging at his side glowed softly. Nearly every panel now carried illustrations, stars, books, lanterns, music, friends, horizons, memories, invitations. The story of the fifth path lived upon its surface. Footsteps approached behind him. Lyra stepped onto the porch, carrying her sketchbook. She leaned comfortably against the railing. Neither spoke immediately. The meadow handled that responsibility quite well on its own. Eventually, she glanced toward the lantern. It's almost finished. The observation carried no sadness, only appreciation. Elias nodded. I noticed. For a moment, they simply watched the sunlight move across the flowers. Then Lyra smiled. The funny thing is, she paused. The lantern isn't really finishing. The statement felt familiar, like something Juniper would say, or Elia, or perhaps the cedar itself. Elias looked toward her. What is it doing? Lyra considered the question carefully, then answered, becoming. The response settled gently into place. The lantern had never been collecting endings, only connections, only meaningful moments, only pieces of a larger story. A distant bell rang somewhere inside the house. Breakfast. The sound drifted across the meadow. Comfortable, ordinary, wonderful. Later that morning, after farewells and warm conversations, Juniper walked with them to the edge of the property. The hostess carried a basket of pastries, despite having absolutely no reason to do so, which somehow felt entirely appropriate. At the meadow gate, she stopped. The path beyond curved through flowering fields toward a line of silver trees. Sunlight filtered through their leaves. Everything ahead looked peaceful, inviting, familiar. Juniper handed the basket to Elias. Travel provisions. There are enough pastries here for a week. Juniper appeared satisfied. Exactly. Lyra laughed. The hostess stepped back. The meadow breeze moved softly through the flowers. For a moment, she looked toward the lantern, then toward the path, then toward Elias, and smiled. Good. Immediately, everyone laughed. Even Juniper. Apparently, the habit had become impossible to resist. Their farewell felt wonderfully uncomplicated. No speeches, no grand declarations, only gratitude, only friendship, only the quiet certainty that meaningful people eventually cross paths again. Then the journey continued. The trail wound through silver forests, past streams reflecting morning sunlight, past hills covered in wildflowers. The fifth path seemed especially beautiful today, not because the landscapes had changed, because Elias noticed them differently. The journey felt connected now. The tea house, the cedar, the valley, the conservatory, the lighthouse, the house built from invitations, each place part of a larger constellation, each lesson connected to another. Hours passed peacefully. The path gradually narrowed. The forests became quieter. The air carried a subtle familiarity, something impossible to describe, yet impossible to miss. Then, sometime during the afternoon, they reached a clearing. At its center stood an archway, simple, elegant, built from pale stone. Golden vines climbed its sides, tiny lanterns hung among the leaves. The structure felt immediately familiar, not because Elias had seen it before, because it felt connected to the hidden library, connected to beginnings, connected to home. Above the archway, carved words shimmered softly in the sunlight. Every path eventually teaches you how to return. The sentence lingered. Beautiful, true. The lantern at Elias's side brightened. The compass Aurelia had given him warmed gently in his satchel. And somewhere beyond the archway, hidden just beyond sight, he sensed something waiting. Not a new destination, not another invitation. Something older, something familiar, something that had quietly accompanied him through every step of the journey. Home. For the first time since leaving the hidden library, Elias felt certain he was standing upon the final path of the fifth way. Not the end of the story, the path that would reveal what the story had been teaching all along. For several moments, neither Elias nor Lyra moved. The archway stood quietly within the clearing. Golden vines climbed its pale stone. Tiny lanterns swayed gently among the leaves. Sunlight filtered through the surrounding trees. The scene felt remarkably peaceful, as though the fifth path itself had slowed down, as though it wished to savor the moment. Elias looked again at the inscription. Every path eventually teaches you how to return. The words carried a different feeling now. Earlier in the journey, he might have interpreted them as directions, a route, a destination. Now they felt like wisdom, the sort of wisdom that only made sense after enough experiences had accumulated around it. The lantern hanging at his side glowed warmly. Nearly every panel shimmered with illustrations, a visual record of wonder, a map of meaning, a collection of moments that mattered. The compass within his satchel remained warm as well, not pointing, not directing, simply acknowledging, as though it understood where they stood. Lyra stepped closer to the archway. Her silver ribbons caught the sunlight. The familiar sketchbook rested beneath one arm. For a moment, she studied the stonework carefully. Then she smiled. "I've always liked this door." The statement immediately captured Elias's attention. "You've been here before." "A long time ago." Her answer carried a softness he had not heard before. Not sadness, affection, the sort reserved for places that leave permanent marks upon the heart. They walked beneath the archway together. The instant they crossed through, the world changed. Not dramatically, not suddenly, gradually. The forest path continued beyond the clearing. Yet the light felt different, warmer. The air carried a familiar scent. Old paper, polished wood, lantern oil, books. The realization arrived almost immediately. The hidden library, not visible, not yet, but near, very near. The sensation filled him with quiet joy. The path curved gently through a grove of silver trees. Their branches formed a natural canopy overhead. Golden light drifted through the leaves. The atmosphere felt dreamlike, comfortable, like returning to a favorite room after a long journey. As they continued walking, small details began appearing along the trail. A lantern hanging from a branch, a weathered signpost decorated with stars, a stone bench overlooking a stream. Each object carried subtle reminders of earlier chapters. The cedar, the valley, the conservatory, the lighthouse, the house, the fifth path seemed to be saying farewell, not with words, with echoes, with memories, with gentle acknowledgments. The effect felt deeply moving, not because the journey was ending, because every part of it remained present. Nothing had been left behind. Eventually, the trees opened into a broad hillside, and there, for the first time since the beginning of the story, Elias saw it. The hidden library. The sight stopped him immediately. The great crescent moon glowed above endless enchanted bookshelves. Floating lanterns drifted through the midnight blue architecture. Golden windows illuminated winding bridges. Towering shelves disappeared into impossible distances. Everything appeared exactly as he remembered, yet somehow even more beautiful, perhaps because absence had sharpened appreciation, perhaps because journeys changed the traveler. The library stood upon the horizon like a beloved memory made real. Warm, welcoming home. For a long while neither Elias nor Lyra spoke. There was no need. The view carried its own conversation. At length, they continued down the hillside. The familiar path led toward the library grounds. Lanterns floated overhead. Books rested upon stone pedestals beside the walkway. The architecture gradually grew larger, closer, more detailed. Every step deepened the feeling of return. Not arrival, return. The distinction mattered, because arrival suggested completion. Return suggested continuation. The hidden library had never been a destination. It had always been a beginning. At the base of the hill stood a small courtyard Elias did not remember seeing before. A circular fountain occupied its center. Silver water reflected the sky, and beyond the fountain stood a single door. Unlike the countless magical doors hidden throughout the library, this one stood alone, freestanding, elegant. Its wood shimmered midnight blue beneath the lantern light. Gold celestial patterns decorated its surface. The crescent moon overhead reflected softly upon the polished panels. Lyra stopped beside him. The breeze moved gently through her hair. For a long moment, she simply looked at the door, then smiled. The last door. The words settled into the courtyard. Quiet, meaningful, not heavy. The fifth path had begun with a door. It seemed only fitting that it would conclude with one as well. Elias studied the midnight blue wood, the golden symbols, the familiar warmth radiating from the frame. The lantern at his side brightened. One final space remained upon its surface. Only one, waiting, unfilled, and standing beneath the crescent moon beside the final door of the fifth path. Elias understood something instinctively. Whatever waited beyond it was not another lesson, not another destination. It was the answer to a question the journey had been asking since the very beginning. The courtyard remained silent beneath the crescent moon. Lanterns drifted slowly through the air. Silver water shimmered within the fountain, and before them stood the final door. Midnight blue, gold celestial patterns, warm light glowing softly around its edges, not demanding attention, not announcing importance, simply waiting, the same way meaningful things often waited. Patiently, Elias approached. The lantern at his side glowed brighter with every step. Its illustrations shimmered across the paper panels. The tea house between seasons, the cedar of all seasons, the valley of living lanterns, the conservatory of forgotten melodies, the lighthouse at the edge of tomorrow, the house built from invitations. Every chapter of the journey lived within its light. Yet one final space remained, one empty place, waiting. For a moment, Elias rested his hand upon the door. Warm wood greeted his fingertips. The sensation felt familiar, comforting, like greeting an old friend. Then slowly, the door opened. Golden light spilled into the courtyard. Soft, gentle, inviting. No dramatic magic. No rushing wind. Only warmth. Only welcome. Together, Elias and Lyra stepped through. The room beyond took his breath away. Not because it was enormous, not because it was magical, because it felt impossibly personal. Bookshelves lined the walls. Comfortable chairs surrounded glowing fireplaces. Lanterns floated overhead. Tall windows revealed drifting stars beyond the glass. The architecture carried echoes of every place he had visited. The comfort of the tea house, the warmth of Juniper's home, the wonder of the conservatory, the quiet reflection of the lighthouse, the atmosphere of the hidden library. Every meaningful place seemed present here, not copied, remembered. At the center of the room stood a circular table crafted from silver wood. Upon it rested dozens of books, some large, some small, some ancient, some new. Each appeared unique. Each glowed softly. For a long moment, Elias simply stared. Then he noticed something remarkable. The books were moving, not physically, changing. New pages appeared. Illustrations formed. Words wrote themselves. Entire chapters unfolded quietly upon blank paper. The realization arrived slowly. These were living stories, not stories being read, stories being remembered, stories being created, stories becoming. A familiar voice spoke nearby. Beautiful, isn't it? Elias turned. An elderly librarian stood beside one of the shelves. He wore deep blue robes, embroidered with stars. Half-moon spectacles rested upon his nose. Kind eyes reflected lantern light. The man smiled warmly, not like a stranger, like someone who had always belonged here. The librarian approached the circular table. One hand rested lightly upon a book. Most travelers eventually find this room. His voice carried the calm certainty of someone sharing a favorite truth. Not quickly, not easily. His smile widened slightly, and never by accident. Elias looked around. The floating lanterns, the living books, the warmth, the wonder. The room felt less like a destination and more like understanding made visible. What is this place? The librarian seemed pleased by the question. For a moment, he considered the answer carefully, then spoke. The room where journeys become stories. The words settled softly within the lantern-lit air. Simple, beautiful, true. Elias looked again at the books, at the pages filling themselves with moments, with conversations, with discoveries. The 5th path, the tea house, the cedar, the valley, the conservatory, the lighthouse, the house built from invitations. The realization touched him deeply. The journey had never been about collecting destinations. It had never been about reaching an ending. The experiences had been transforming into something else all along. A story, not because someone decided to write it, because meaningful journeys naturally became stories. The librarian gently pulled one volume from the table. Its cover shimmered midnight blue. Golden lanterns decorated the binding. The title had not fully formed yet. Only fragments of letters glowed across the surface. The book was still becoming. The sight immediately felt familiar, just like the lantern, not finished, becoming. The librarian handed the volume to Elias. It felt warm, alive somehow. Pages rustled softly, and as Elias opened the book, he discovered something extraordinary. Every chapter of the fifth path already lived within its pages, not exactly as events occurred, but as they had been experienced. Wonder, friendship, curiosity, belonging, hope. The emotions remained. The meaning remained. Everything that mattered remained. The lantern at his side brightened suddenly. Golden light filled the room. The final empty space upon its surface began to glow. Slowly, gracefully, an image appeared. A book, simple, elegant, complete. The final illustration. The lantern was full, not crowded, complete. The transformation filled the room with warm golden light. The floating lanterns responded. The books shimmered. The stars beyond the windows brightened. And standing within the room where journeys became stories, holding a book that contained every meaningful step of the fifth path, Elias understood at last what the journey had been quietly teaching. Wonder was never meant to be collected. It was meant to be carried forward, shared, remembered, and transformed into stories that could illuminate someone else's path. The librarian smiled, as though he had been waiting for that realization all along. Then he looked toward a final doorway, hidden among the bookshelves, a doorway glowing softly beneath lantern light. And for the first time since entering the room, he spoke a word that made Elias's heart immediately quicken. Home. The word lingered softly within the room. Home. Not spoken loudly, not spoken dramatically, simply spoken with certainty. The kind of certainty that required no explanation. The librarian stood quietly beside the circular table. Lantern light drifted through the air. Living stories shimmered upon nearby shelves. The completed lantern glowed warmly at Elias's side. Every illustration now filled, every panel complete. For several moments, nobody moved. The room itself seemed content to allow the realization to settle. Home, the destination, had never been hidden. The hidden library had always waited. The fifth path had never taken Elias away from home. It had taught him how to understand it. The distinction felt important, profoundly important. The librarian smiled gently, then nodded toward the final doorway. The doorway concealed among shelves of stories. The doorway illuminated by floating lanterns. The doorway waiting quietly beneath the stars visible through distant windows. No urgency, no pressure, only invitation. The same invitation that had guided every meaningful step of the journey. Elias looked toward Lyra. She returned the glance with a warm smile. No sadness, no farewell, only understanding. The sort shared between friends who know that meaningful paths never truly separate. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Lyra lifted her sketchbook. The familiar worn cover reflected the lantern light. "I should show you something." Curious, Elias stepped closer. Slowly, she opened the sketchbook. Page after page appeared. Drawings. Hundreds of drawings. The tea house between seasons. The cedar of all seasons. The valley of living lanterns. The conservatory of forgotten melodies. The lighthouse at the edge of tomorrow. The house built from invitations. Every chapter, every discovery, every friendship, every meaningful moment, captured lovingly with an ink and paper. The sight immediately touched him, because the drawings were not focused upon places. They focused upon experiences, conversations, shared smiles, moments of wonder, the things that mattered most. At the very back of the sketchbook rested one final page. Blank. Completely blank. Elias looked up. Lyra smiled. The next story. The answer felt perfect. The journey had concluded. The story had not. Wonder never ended. It simply continued, finding new forms, new paths, new invitations. Slowly, she closed the sketchbook. The lantern light reflected softly within her silver ribbons. Then she laughed. A quiet laugh, comfortable, familiar. "You know," she looked toward the shelves, filled with living stories. "I think that's what I like most." "What?" "Nothing stays finished for very long." The answer carried the same wisdom found throughout the fifth path. Stories became journeys. Journeys became stories. Endings became beginnings. Questions became invitations. The circle continued. At last, Elias turned toward the final doorway. The completed lantern hung beside him. The book containing the fifth path rested comfortably in his hands. And beyond the doorway waited the hidden library, the place where everything had begun. Together they crossed the room. The librarian watched from beside the shelves, a quiet smile resting upon his face, not because the journey was ending, because it had become what it was meant to become, a story. At the doorway, Elias paused. One final glance toward the room. The floating lanterns, the living books, the circular table, the countless stories still becoming. Then he stepped through. Warm golden light greeted him immediately. The familiar scent of books, the glow of lanterns, the vast midnight blue halls of the hidden library. Home. The crescent moon shone above endless shelves. Floating lanterns drifted between bridges. Golden windows illuminated distant towers. The sight felt exactly right, not because it was unchanged, because he had changed. The library appeared larger somehow, warmer, more alive, as though every journey had taught him how to see it more clearly. The book in his hands glowed softly. The lantern glowed softly. The fifth path remained present, not behind him, within him. A gentle breeze moved through the library halls. Pages rustled somewhere among distant shelves. Lanterns drifted overhead. The world settled into peaceful stillness. And then, from somewhere nearby, a familiar sound echoed softly through the air. A door opening. Elias turned. Far across the library, hidden among countless shelves, a new doorway shimmered briefly beneath golden light, not demanding attention, not requesting anything, simply existing. A possibility, a future invitation, a promise that wonder still waited. Elias smiled, then looked upward toward the crescent moon hanging above the endless library. The completed lantern glowed warmly beside him, its light no longer searching, no longer collecting, simply shining. And in the quiet heart of the hidden library, surrounded by stories past and stories yet to come, Elias understood the final lesson of the fifth path. The purpose of wonder was never to help us escape home. The purpose of wonder was to help us return carrying more light than we left with. The lantern glowed. The library breathed. The stars shimmered beyond the high windows. And somewhere among endless shelves, another story waited patiently for the moment it would be needed. Not tonight. Tonight was for rest. Tonight was for gratitude. Tonight was for the comforting knowledge that every meaningful path, no matter how far it wandered, carried within it a way home. The floating lanterns drifted slowly through the midnight blue air. The crescent moon watched peacefully overhead. And at last, the hidden library settled into silence, warm, gentle, endless, a place where stories slept and dreams quietly began. And now, dear traveler, the lanterns are drifting quietly through the hidden library, and the journey has come to rest. If you enjoyed spending this peaceful night with Elias, consider subscribing and joining us for future adventures through hidden worlds, gentle mysteries, and stories designed to help you relax and sleep. For now, let the stories rest. Let the lanterns glow softly in the distance, and allow yourself to drift into a calm and peaceful sleep. Good night and sweet dreams.